Ugh. Hey, Andy. Hey, Eisen. Did I forget? Maybe. Oh, which purple design? I have so many blueprints open on my other tab right now. I have your gray. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I did. Link it to me again. Is this the tileability holy grail? Okay, I already deployed purple. So, I might swap that out later, but yeah. I already have these down right now. But yeah, I'll take a look at that later and swap it out at some point. It's 5, not 6. Maybe I have a 7800 X30. But yeah, I kind of remembered. I need to get a. I need to get the White Science ship up, the legendary White Science one going. If we're going to, well, I mean, okay, it's actually kind of complicated because the legendary White Science ship does 3 mil, and we're going to 4, so I technically need 2. Which is overshooting by like 2 mil, but like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's still probably going to be better to deploy them. But yeah, this needs to go down. So we need to get that started. Need you to dump all your white. Yeah, do that. More details? It's a 700X3D, 6000 megahertz RAM. I mean, that's the relevant part. What other details do you want? There's a 4090, but that sure as fuck doesn't matter here. It's 12 or 16. More cores doesn't help Factorio. Like, I'm not even... Factorio doesn't even use all the cores. Doesn't even use all the cores in my current processor. It maybe uses like 3. So no, that wouldn't help at all. More cores doesn't help. More RAM doesn't really help either. RAM speed matters more than RAM amount. Can't just 1.5x it? I don't know. I don't think it's that simple. I can play with it in the sandbox later. It would be better if it was like a multiple of like 2 million, that's for sure. Because 3 million is an odd number. But yeah, we can maybe like... I think it was a fully stacked belt. Or two fully stacked belts. Yeah, it was 2 fully stacked belts of Legendary White. Which translates into 12 fully stacked belts of normal. We need 16. So I don't know, like, yeah, we'll talk about it later. There's still a lot to do right now. You got rid of that? Yeah, go to Vulcanus. There's nothing I can do to make Factorio run better. Install Linux. Install Linux, running off Linux. That's the single best thing you can do. Install Linux, get a better processor. Get like the best X3D chip that's currently available. Which is right now the 9800 X3D, which was released end of 2024, so there's probably a new version coming out sometime this year, considering it's been almost 2 years. Well, it's been a year and a half, but yeah. Yeah, I can start a donation thing up here. Fund Hobbit's yearly processor upgrade. So he can always have, you know, the best processor for megabasing. Yeah, you guys want to fund that? You want to throw money at the problem? Where are the cargo bays on this one? It's up on the right. Oh, great. Like that. Yeah, like 5 wide from that. Yeah, you can overclock your RAM, I guess. But yeah, most of the optimization tweaks are like Linux exclusive. Windows is just absolutely dog shit these days. Alright, you get working on that. Yeah, we gotta do orange after we get the blue and gray down. Okay, so for blue and gray, I'm just going to be deploying blueprints designed by people in the community because I haven't had a chance to redesign mine. I'll design my own at some point, but we'll get it running at like 4 million SPM first, and then we'll work on upgrading the designs. But some people have put in some solid work, so we're going to take a look at that and pick one. I'm trying to think if there was anything else I wanted to do before we did gray and oh, the circles. Good. Top. To run it onto a server, I don't think a server helps very much. Again, you have to remember, like, I have more cores than I need. The problem is the core that Factorio is the main thread is running on. That one, you know, hits the limit. Like you keep thinking that we're using up all the processing power. That's the problem. That's not the problem. We're not using all the processing power. We're maxing out a single thread. The main thread. That's the issue. So I don't think streaming affects the UPS by that much as well, because it's all being handled by different cores. You know. It looks like this. We have an 8-core processor. You can see, like, some cores are barely being used. Yeah, I mean, I might switch to Linux at some point. I just have zero experience with it, like literally zero. So it's like, if I go set up Linux, you know, it's not going to be something I'm going to be able to do overnight. It's probably going to take me fucking like weeks or something to get it all set up. Because I'm a complete Linux newbie. Because you have to remember, it's not just setting up Factorio, I have to set up all my stream shit too. And then I have to transfer all my stream settings from the Windows OBS to the Linux OBS, make sure everything works, etc., etc. I mean, is there even a Linux Spotify client? There is, actually. It is developed by Spotify engineers in their spare time and not actively supported. Spotify just web app? I mean, I use the standalone client. I fucking hate web apps. I never use web apps. Why does everything have to be in a goddamn browser? What's the armor equipment look like? That. Any spare hardware to have? I do have my old PC to set up as a stream PC, but as I said, I'm not sure it matters. Like that was my original plan, was to set up my old PC as a stream PC. I just never did it. I don't know. I'd have to get like an. I have no idea how to set this kind of stuff up, guys. Like you have to realize that, you know, why don't you just do this? Is like requires me to go do a bunch of research, go buy additional like fucking like capture card or whatever. Do all the setting up, like, you know, any of this, just do X, like, comes with the price tag of, like, taking a couple weeks off streaming, you know, like any of these. So I'm not gonna do it unless I feel like I absolutely need to do it. Has the Megabase decided whether they want to do it, trains? I mean, yes, they suck. Electron based? I have no fucking idea. Hey, Optic. Removing the cargo bay? Yeah, you just remove a cargo bay. Yeah, that's how I do it. I just pull out this cargo bay, or this one, and fill it there. Everything having its own separate app. I mean, I come from ye olden days of personal computing. Back when everything did have its own separate app. This fucking in-browser shit is a relatively modern thing, okay? I'm just old school. The reason it would matter is game on Linux stream on Windows. Game on Linux stream on Windows like you have been. Well, this would have to be the Linux PC then. You're saying stream on my old PC. How old am I? Like 500 years old, apparently. I was here since the dawn of time. I've witnessed the fall of the dinosaurs. Okay, we need to talk about blue and gray. The ship should be getting deployed pretty quickly. I feel like it should be going faster than that. Something's wrong. Oh, you're trying to move, aren't you? Yeah. There we go. I'm in my late 30s. That's the answer. Just answer every question, bruh. You sound like 16, 17? Yeah, you're just trolling me. Like, you're just straight trolling. If you think I sound like I'm 16, 17, you need to get your ears checked. I've never heard that in my life. Linux is so easy compared to Windows. Problem is you start from scratch and know something else. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, Windows overall is just garbage these days. Like, it's so fucking unoptimized, and they keep pushing, like, AI bullshit and, like, all this bloat, like, constantly. So it's, like, the whole, like, you know, wanting to switch to Linux is, like, something I kind of do want to do at some point, but, like, I have no idea what version to switch to, etc. Like, I don't even know how to begin. I've never dual booted anything in my life. Like, I've literally never fucking used Linux once in my life. I've never dual booted a second operating system. Like, I would, like, when I say, like, I need to learn how to do all this shit if I'm gonna do it, I mean, I need to learn, like, all of it. I sound like a teenager? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't even know how to reply to that. Just, okay, bro. Whatever, brah. You're the only person on the planet that thinks that. Okay, so we were gonna do gray and blue down here. And then it needs to belt into here, and then we still gotta do these connections, but we'll be doing that last. Late 90s, early 2000s was an introduction. It's true there were a lot of apps, everything worked better on web apps. I mean, I don't know. I just prefer having separate apps. I don't want to, like, if I want to change my music, I don't want to dig in, you know, 500 open tabs that I have. I want to just click the Spotify icon on my taskbar. So, I don't know. I guess it's personal preference. But, I prefer standalones. If I have a choice, I will take the standalones. Why was there a hole here? I don't even know. There's a hole in the blueprint, and there doesn't seem to be a logical reason for it. Okay. Mint? Yeah, I've heard people recommending Mint, but like I've also been told there's better versions than Mint for Factorio. Like I've been recommended. You see the problem? Like I've been recommended like 3 different versions of Linux by different people. Like there is not a consensus. So yeah. But why is Orange so fucking stalled? It should have been delivered by now. Something feels wrong. Like I think I broke something. I can't see what's going on up there. Fuck. Okay, we need to go to Vulcanus. I think I broke something on the Orange Giants, but I can't tell what it is. It's a buffer meter, not an SPM meter. That's Linux's biggest problem is no universally agreed upon best distro, yeah. I mean, I don't need the best, I need the best for Factorio, though. Tomorrow is definitely tree day. I'm actually worried that when we start everything up, the pollution cloud is going to just explode. So it's like, it might be one of those things where we don't actually get everything fully running until we have the trees in. Because yeah, I don't have like pollution mitigation on the top and sides here. And these are going to generate a lot. And as the tree network has been growing and I keep decreasing the timer, we've been increasing the amount of bot activity it takes on 2 fronts. Ernesto, congrats on your streak. The hamster becomes the Lorax. I had a different idea in mind, but we'll save that one for tomorrow. Okay, what went wrong with Orange? Did I like cut a power line or something? Yep. That's when I dismantled the red and green, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it was just that. Okay. I guess I could have seen that remotely if I'd looked more closely, but I thought I broke something else. I should have figured it was related to the removal of the red and green blades yesterday. I forgot to remove the yellow, too. I realized that earlier today. I forgot to remove the yellow and I removed the red and green. We still need to do that. Yeah, holy, they're going to take all the rocket parts right now, yeah. No one brings some a bot logistic? I was kind of hoping like an increased bot cargo size. Like, give us some late game researches that lets bot cargo go up to like 8 or so. That would be nice. How marginal is the difference? I haven't the faintest idea. Have a good night, Optic. Very nice. Self-built is the best distro? Yeah, man. Compile your own distro. Let's fucking go. What was I gonna do? Okay, you're not quite done yet, but you will be soon. How are there only 4? This should never be, like, stalled. Especially those materials. There should be plenty. I see a light. LDS. Oh, I think I know what the problem might be. It needs to be, or legendary LDS is less than, like, 500. And then enable this only if, legendary LDS. Yeah, that was the problem. Legendary selector? Was there one? You sure? Oh shit. Yeah. Where is that? That should not be there. Where the fuck is Waldo? There, much better. More like 11 different answers. Shows wrong distro. Yeah, that's pretty much what's gonna happen. I'm gonna fucking get it so everyone's gonna be like, you got the wrong distro! Okay, that ran out because of the, that ran out because, the orange science ship wasn't running. Yeah, so it's like the calcite hasn't been coming. It should be coming soon. Yeah. Hey, piano. Curious to know what the power draw is going to be once we get everything fired up. We did preemptively upgrade the second hexacore to legendary, so we're prepared, but there is a possibility it might not be enough. Because we're using like half right now. I don't know. It'll probably be enough. This is a lot of stuff we're going to be bringing online. Okay. This was the one. Yeah, Artellus just posted for blue. This looks pretty solid on first glance. Okay, so we have these three for chemical. This is Piano's melter. This is someone's. This is Ernesto's gray. Andy Mann's gray. And Shark's purple, which didn't tile. And then Andy's purple, which we'll come back to. Okay, so let me take the ones that we need to look at later and put it in. Let me just put it here. And we can close that. Yeah, you've got already name on it already. This was mine. That's the same one, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's think and plan for a little bit. Get my spiders down here as well. And on Globo, we're good now, right? No, they got stuck. Yeah, it's... We need tree planting on Gleba, man. I think my Gleba is physically bigger than my Novice at this point. Okay. Oh, shit. Shooting speed? It's at max. Should be at max. I mean, shooting speed's not infinite. Or did you mean like railgun or something? Just as I was pulling him up, we found one more. Couple more. Ah. Okay. That should be good. Okay, let's go figure out which blue we're using. And which gray, I guess. Okay, so this is, here, where are we? I'm gonna do it, like, up here. Okay, so you are Artellis's version. This is, I think, just an older version of that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this already looks pretty solid to me. It's basically just, you know, the sections that we've already designed, just adapted for blue. This is the same block that we used for yellow science. This is the same block that we used for red chip manufacturing and other sciences. So yeah, it's basically just the components we've already designed. Simply rearranged for blue, and blue is not a very complicated science to begin with. Yeah, I mean, this looks pretty decent to me. I think this looks solid. Yeah, this looks really solid to me. Let me give it a quick test to make sure it's not cocked up. And you were... Yeah, so this is... Yeah, this was his from 12 days ago. Yeah, this is the interior plastic. And I told him I don't like having the plastic that deep in because you have to run the belt so far in. And yeah, he fixed it. Yeah, that was a good change. And this is Silvertex, which uses a lot more foundries. This might actually be better for UPS. But God, it's so much bigger. I really didn't want to do tune what something's missing. Water. That's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and a half. Well, six and a half blocks of blue versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How many beacons? 9. It actually is higher beacon count. This might actually be more UPS efficient, but like, holy fuck, it's fucking huge. This design is the reason? Yeah, I mean, like, as I said, like, I was gonna like just deploy it and then maybe look at designing my own later, but this already takes the best parts of all the designs we have. Like, blue is not a complicated science, right? You know? Like, the red chips... The red chip block is straight out of the optimized one we already made. Like, that's the same. And then the bottom part, with the DI on the engines, is the same as this. You know, it already has all the best parts that we've come up with in it. Like, I don't see any point. I don't even know what I would improve on it. Other than trying to do some DI shit like this. I think this is really solid. So yeah, I might not even. I honestly, like, I don't even know what I would improve. I think it's pretty good. Tileable too. This being overrated? Well, I'm kind of thinking of UPS testing it. I didn't want to, like, go down the UPS testing rabbit hole today, but I might go ahead and UPS test these two. So it's between these two for blue. But honestly, unless this one is way better, like, I might just still do this. It's just so much nicer. But this has all the DI. Yeah, this is like full fucking DI. Like, Silvertech went all out on the DI on this one. So it may actually be better. But yeah, I think we should maybe UPS test it. Okay, let's just see if we need to UPS test a gray as well, or if we can tell there's a clear winner. So this is Ernesto's gray. Let me label all these. So this is Silvertech. Ernesto. Andes. Which has a nice footprint. Oh my god. I'll get it right eventually. Okay, that's it. So we have 2 grays and 2 blues to pick between. Let's take a close look and see if we can see any DI superiority. Okay, so you've chosen to DI different things. That makes it hard to compare. Ernesto DI'd the nades. Andy DI'd the wall. You need more wall than you need nades, though. I'm glad to see I got everybody on the substation train. Not much overlap between the two designs here. Ernesto's is not... Well, it's kind of tileable. It's top half tileable. But most beacons aren't shared. Andy is fully aboard the tileability train. Ugh. Yeah, we don't need any acid, it's just iron, copper, stone, and coal. Alright, and let's get up Silver Tech set up for UPS testing as well. Yeah, these can just do that. They don't need more than a full belt. We're testing them against each other anyway. So now I need you boys. Here, you don't have your connections labeled. This one's petroleum. Fuck, I don't like when pipes are next to each other. We need to move this one over. And where's the... Huh? He didn't finish this! There's no copper pipe. It's unfinished. Silver Tech! The fuck? Missed a stone input center on Andy? I don't think I did. Or did I? Oh, I did. How much? Can I fix it up quickly? Oh, dude, it's hard to run that copper. God. It has to go, like, here. Okay, maybe not that hard. Oh, we don't need lube. I did, what did I forget? Plastic? Petroleum? Wait, what's wrong? You're not getting petroleum, why? Did I hook it up to the wrong pipe? I did. This one's petroleum. This one's water. There's another issue on the Andy build. I'll check it in a second. There's two more. Shit. You are right. Ugh. I can't place in this line without ruining. I guess it doesn't matter if no, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't matter if the copper is shared on the outside. Actually, yeah, just do the copper in the middle line. And, okay. Don't connect left and right? Why? Metals will rotate? True. Alright, what's wrong with Andy's? What are you short on? Show me what not working. Output. Maybe it just needs saturation time. That might just be a time thing. Your blue didn't even make the cut? Did I even have your blue? What was your blue again? Did I cut it? Did I cut it, or did I, like, not even look at it? I have it in my blue book. Oh. I mean, it feels pretty similar to Artellus's. Like, and I'm just looking at it in terms of direct insert. It looks to be the same level. Call runs to the... Oh, you have a side call? Fuck, that's going to be annoying to test. I'm going to move that. Okay, these two seem good. Andy, you still have an issue. What's the shortage? I'm not seeing it. Or are you still gapping? Yeah, it's happening on both sides. I mean, all the grenade makers seem to be working. But yeah, I mean, neither of the belts are saturated. Like, neither ammo nor grenades are saturated. Produces exact? Well, does that look like exact to you? Man must be Swiss. He's making cheese. Still saturating, maybe. No, they're being pulled out as they're made. Yeah, these make 10 exactly. Yeah, it's better to overproduce. It's better to have belts that back up and be compressed. I don't know, if it's a saturation issue, it's taking a very long time to saturate. No, they get an aid shortage. The hell was this? Yeah, it's in the blueprint too. It's not like I pasted it over something. A little bit of stray belt. You should have the exact same inserter count, right? 140. You have 151. You somehow have 11 more inserters. It's not a very blue color. I think you have too many inserters on the G chips. Seems like you should only need one of each. You also only need one input. Yeah, you've got a double input on these. Yeah. Yeah, but it doesn't look like it's necessary, though. Because this is just running off one, no problem. Yeah. I mean, this is the unfortunate reality when we do these head-to-head comparisons. Sometimes one design is just kind of, you know, more clean. Like, I think Artellis' version is just kind of a straight improvement, honestly. I mean, this is fine, you know. Nice job, but it's a cleaner layout, and it's using less inserters, and it's smaller. And other than that, like, the amount of DI is basically the same. Right? Like, it's a green chip plastic belt on both, sulfur red chip belt on both. We belt all the gear steel and pipe on both. Yeah, I mean, I see no need to test this one, sorry. Unfortunately, you were right. I don't think it makes the cut. But if it makes you feel any better, Artellis' design is basically a combination of all the best techniques that we found. So your work lives on in this blueprint. But yeah, we'll test these two. I don't want to be like over-testing right now. I don't want to spend a lot of time in the UPS sandbox. I think we just test these four. We test these two grays, these two blues. Yours does look okay now that it's backed up. And I hope it stays that way. It looks like it should. But yeah, yours is really on a fucking razor's edge, Andy. Are the science SMs fully saturated? I mean, they are right now, yeah. Alright, so let's run these. Hold on. Let me get it set up for testing. Is Andy Upper Grenade fully running? It's running fully now that it's saturated, but yeah, it needs like to be fully saturated. do. Here, let me shrink it down a bit. It'll be better for testing. Okay. Can I name one of my science stacks Irani? No. Give me one sec. I gotta go take a piss, and then we'll go UPS test these. Okay. Use Snapdegrade and you skip a beacon column? Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. Okay. What song is this? To Live is to Die by Delane, who have been putting out a lot of bangers lately. By lately, I mean over the past couple years. Of all the metal bands that I follow, they have improved the most in quality. They used to be, like, alright, but not quite, you know, as good as some of the others. But they've gotten, like, they've just steadily improved so much. The second to last was absolutely... Okay, I'll fix it when it's in the sandbox. Okay, alright. Take out all the ore. Take out all water, trees, rocks, moisture, cliffs. Alright, that should do it. I think. Oh, that should be good. Yeah, don't care. Why did it still fucking do my old name? This is annoying. No! Stop calling me SF Hobbit! God damn it. It's like that's the name like tied to my Steam account or something. There we go. So every time I like download a mod, it like fucking reverts back. Oh, and take off autosave right now. Nice, it saved the settings. Yellow ammo needs one more inserter from iron. Okay, hold on a second. We'll actually use the starter lake as our indicator thingy. And do global electric network. Let me just reveal a bunch of area. Make sure I tuck up. Yeah, and this time I'm going to remember to save the damn sandbox. So I don't have to recreate it every time. Right, let's do that now. Oh, fuck. Oh yeah, it's the pause. Okay, that should be everything, right? I hope so. Alright, let me save this as the sandbox. UPS. Asteroid prod? I have a different sandbox I use for ship testing. Asteroid prod? Alright, fine, I'll do it! Jesus. Happy? Okay. Okay, so what are you saying, Andy? Yeller ammo needs +1 inserter from iron. Okay, I'll fix that. But you're not gonna tile with how I have, yeah, the input boxes. I need to, Fuck, it's not on my bar. Why is it not stamping? There we go. Why is it sometimes skipping? Bro. The game can't keep up with this level of blueprint stamping. Okay. There we go. Alright. Who's ready for another episode of UPS Deathmatch? In the blue arena, we have Artellus versus Silvertech. And in the gray arena, we have Ernesto versus Andy. Place your bets. You guys want to gamble? You degenerate motherfuckers want to gamble? You want to place your bets? Here, well, I'll let you place bets. People have been saying I should do more gambles. Here's a fucking gamble. So you now have... I'll put him down first. So here's Artellus's. Here's Silvertech's. We're doing blue first. And, manage poll. Place your bets. You have 2 minutes. You added prod? What do you mean added prod? Yeah, the poll is, I guess that's a third thing. I always said that, you know, there's two things that are on Twitch that aren't on YouTube. The first is, music, the second is Nightbot, but I guess there is a third thing. Yeah, if you want to vote in the poll, you need to be on Twitch. Oh, I did a poll. And not a prediction. Shit. Yeah, I did the wrong one. Sorry. End poll. Alright, you have 2 minutes. Because we're going to know pretty soon here. Alright, take a look at them. So Silvertech has a lot more DI. But it's a much bigger design. And he's also got more total assemblers. Like more total red chips, etc. Unless Silver's is like, wait, if it's close, I'm probably still going to go with Artellis's because it's just so much cleaner and smaller. But if there's a big difference, then there's a big difference, right? Like, you know. We cannot deny science. I mean, I guess I can start doing one of them while the poll is still running. Okay, so we're going to keep it nice and clean. We're going to do it just 100. Not 120 or anything. We're going to do 100 builds and then see what UPS it runs at when it's fully juiced. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And that's 20. $30, $40, $50, $60, $70, $80, and $90 to $100. That's almost a VIP. What did somebody fucking like go all in? Oh my god! Why would you bet that much? Why would you bet that much? Your imaginary internet points, man. Yeah. Actually, nothing to gain. Man's throwing away all his VIP points. Alright, is the prediction locked? Yeah, okay, it is. Alright, so now we go zoom in on some other part of the map. Oh shit, there was some... there we go. Alright, we're gonna go zoom in over here and hit the juice. Hey, even if you lose them all, you'll get them back pretty fast. This might take a year. The channel would say, yeah, a low-risk offshore investment account. I keep my channel points in a Swiss bank. It's a little bit of an oscillation, but it's going up to like 780. Yeah, it's sometimes dipping a little. We can say 770 with a little dip. Sometimes drops down to like 750 something. 770 with some minor dips. Followed it to Euro points? Yeah. Yeah, it seems like it's about a year to get VIP with, you know, if you're watching regularly. But yeah, I don't know why you bet that much. That was just throwing all your money on the table just to flex. They really don't matter? Yeah, says the guy with VIP. The guy who's already bought his mansion says money doesn't matter. Just wait till I implement property taxes. Alright, we'll say 770. Yeah, I think we've let that run long enough. Yeah, 770. Yeah, we're making 1.4 million. It's reasonably flat, looks good. Is it Andy that bet opposite? I can't see with my current UI. There's no forcing obscure. Yeah, I mean, like, I want to have more point redeem things, but I don't know what else to add. If you guys have suggestions, and I'm down to listen to it. Okay, so Artellus at 770 or so. Now for silver tax. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Doubled. Oh shit, the extent. I gotta keep it in blocks of 10 because of the shared pipe. It's so much bigger. Okay, that's silver tax. Confirm we have 100, which is easy by counting the display panels. Yeah, it's at 100. Go way off to the side here. Zoom in. And crank it. Here we go. Uh-oh. Holy, you might be safe, SD. That is way lower. Holy shit. That's a huge difference. It was a complete St. Lucis by default. Yeah, you're just salty your blue got disqualified. Be honest. It's kind of funny. We have 4 blueprints we're testing and 4 different names. No same name for 2 different categories. I don't know. That's a lot worse. I actually, if I had to bet, if I had been a gambling man, if I could have gambled on my own gamble, I would have bet silver tax would have been better. It's not even remotely close. It's literally half. Yeah, it's literally half. Wow. So many more wake lists? Yeah. Let's make sure the science is good. Oh, it looks a little lower, too. I guess I didn't keep it going for as longer. Yeah, no, it's fine, it's fine. It's 1.4. Did they clock inversely? None of these are clocked, I think. Yeah, there's no circuits on any inserters. Nothing's clocked. Oh, I mean, that's such a big difference. $200 inserters. It's 60 more inserters. How is it 60 more? I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, honestly, Silvertex might be better with clocking. Is a monitor an option? It's a debug option. Yeah, it's like Core is robbing Andy's points. We've got the rich robbing the poor here, man. Instead of Robin Hood, he's robbing the hood. Double plastic for no reason. I mean, I'm not going to fucking like redo his design. Like I'm not gonna be like, yeah. He was avoiding the plastic belt. It's not no reason. He's got DI'd plastic into the reds. Here, I want to look at. I'm just a little curious here. Is there anything really high? His assembling was at 0.6. And his inserters are 0.4. Belt 0.1. So 0.6, 0.4, 0.1 on the big three. But I did too many, right? Yeah, I did too many. Hold on. Fuck. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, that's 20. 40, 60, 80, 100, yeah. So it's 0.6, 0.4, 0.1. Lower assembling by 0.1. Inserters are actually higher. Yeah, transport lines are actually higher. It's something I wasn't looking at then. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a pretty clear winner, though. Alright, let me, do the poll. So Artellus wins. And we have Ernesto versus Andy. Try not to blow all your points again, okay, Core? A 100% win rate. Oh, thanks for the gift sub, Duck. Appreciate it. Show us bells? Yeah. 1 second. You've got a couple minutes. Okay, oh, that one was, yeah. Okay, so that's Ernesto's. This is Andy's. So in terms of DI, they're just very different. They're very different. Like Andy DI's the iron, and then DI's the stone. Belts the nades and ammo. Ernesto DI's the nades. Belts the wall. It's hard to compare. They both DI iron in the yellow ammo. And copper and steel in the red. Alright, no, Ernesto doesn't DI the steel. All in on Andy? You guys need to stop betting so much. You're gonna lose all your points and, like, fucking just quit Twitch. It's not even Core blowing his points. What, now it's Duck? Have to bet for yourself, true. Yes, I will give Andy back pressure, yes. I'll give them both back pressure. Just so there's no bias. Doesn't need back pressure. The confidence. The fucking confidence. Alright, Ernesto, you're up first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Becomes 20. Becomes... Okay, and just to be fair, I'm giving both back pressure. So let's remove the chess. Really should set up like the input infinity chest with, well, I guess I probably can't select them with a decon planner, can I? I was going to say set up like the input ones with legendary and the output ones without, so I could use a decon planner, but then I just kind of realized I probably can't even select an infinity chest with a decon planner, can I? Because it's a non-standard item. Yeah, you can't even select it. I can if I queue it? Oh, okay. Some other time, I guess. Alright, that's all of them. Juice it for a bit. And we get a 3800, that's when we know we're at back pressure. Zoom in nowhere. Undo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Juice it! Yeah, that's what I was suggesting, Rage Av, was like have different quality chests, so that'd be easier to remove it, but yeah. Alright, I mean, looks like you're at about 440, 430. Yeah, it's steady at the 1.4 mil. It's crazy how much worse for UPS, by the way, gray is compared to yellow. Like, remember when I was testing yellow, I was testing 120, not even 100. And we were getting up to, like, my yellow got up to, what, 700-ish? On the UPS? Like, gray is only, like, 400. Despite having less complexity of material, just because of, you know, how much more material it is. Oh, you get a score of, okay, you just dipped there. I'll give you 430. Yeah, yellow is all pipe. Belt 2.0 win, man. We have pipe 2.0. We need belt 2.0 now. I guess you could say green belts and stacked inserters for belt 2.0. Belt 3.0 win. Alright, 430. Alright, Andy's is in pairs. Here, let me do the chest thing here. Alright, so the normal ones will be, we'll change the outputs to legendary. There we go. Alright, so Andy's is in pairs. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, we have 20. There we go. Should be under like game blueprints. I don't use that tab often enough. Alright, back pressure achieved. Was there another gift sub? Did we get a hype train going with one sub? Or was there another sub that I missed? I thought it took more than one sub to get a hype train going. Weird. Whatever. Okay, back pressure achieved. Adding chest back. Alright, moment of truth. I didn't say hype train? I saw one. I saw a notification. That's why I thought I missed another sub or something. Alright, here we go. Oh, it's settling. Wait, it's going down? So it looks like the big bets have been right. No one lost big points. Less of a difference between this than compared to the blue. But yeah, Ernesto, unfortunately, I think Andy wins here. Hey, Grist. You bet 1 point on yourself? Wow, that confidence, man. So much confidence. He was like, I gotta bet on myself. I thought he was going all in. Much confidence. Did adding the iron inserter? I mean, I let the back pressure happen. I can check this. It's showing 1.4. I wish it showed to more detail. I mean, I guess... could see here. Andy, whoa, that's a lot. Andy, thanks for the 10, is that? 10 gift subs, man. That was huge. Appreciate it, man. Congrats on the subs, everyone. Oh, you hit cannon. I guess that's Andy's victory celebration, but yeah, it seems like... I mean, it seems to be dropping still. Or, okay, now it's... I guess just having the production tab up. Lowered it by a little, but yeah, you're at like 520. So it's a closer... It's closer. It's not a blowout as much as it was on the Blue Science. But yeah, Andy's gray does seem to be the winner here. We gotta do throwdowns on all the other ones, too. On all the other ones where we have like lots of them, we got to do UPS throwdowns on all of them. Not today though. I want to get to 4 million SPM today. So, all right, congrats, Andy. You are the wiener. Yeah, Andy and Artelis. The A's do have it. Alright. Have I been watching A-Bucks UPS vids? Dude, I am like way behind. I'm way behind on making my own YouTube content. I don't think sometimes I don't think people understand how little other time I get sometimes. You know, when I stream for like 8 hours a day. like here's how my weeks look, you know? Like, fucking... The days I stream, like Wednesday through Sunday, I basically, you know, I'm streaming like 8 hours those days. After streams, I basically eat and go to sleep. You know, when I wake up, I have a couple hours to myself, which I usually don't spend on Factorio-related stuff. before every stream, but oftentimes, like, if I am spending on Factorio related stuff, it's usually designing something. Like, I had an idea off stream and I wanted to just design something quick in the sandbox. And then on, like, Mondays is like my decompress day, where I just go get some booze, you know, get a fat blunt, some good food, and I just fucking, like, chill. Like, you know, I just decompress. Monday is my just kind of pressure release valve day. I don't do anything on Mondays. And then on Tuesday, basically everything I need to get done that week, you know, laundry, groceries, you know, any errands or anything, getting my car fixed, you know, doctor's appointments, etc., etc., anything else I have to do, you know, I do Tuesday. And then I try to make, if I'm trying to make a YouTube video that week, which I'm trying to do one every week right now, you know, I'm trying to do that on Tuesday as well. Last week I had to do it on Wednesday because it wound up being an hour and a half long, and I didn't have time on Tuesday. Or this week, I guess I should be saying, because it was this past week. But yeah, like, I mean, there's so much YouTube content like I need to watch, and I'm just so behind on everything. I'm just perpetually behind. Yeah, I'm behind working on my own base. But yeah, I'll try to catch up on DEUX stuff at some point, but I haven't even watched, like, his past 3-4 videos. Like, people are always talking about videos that I haven't seen. People are mentioning, like, Dosh's spaghetti video. Haven't watched that either. That sounds like your Mondays? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I need, like, having Monday just be, like, a complete fucking decompressed day, I think, like, does a lot for my mental health. You know, prevents me from, like, feeling, like, burned out or anything. Like, it's just, yeah, just one full day where, like, I literally don't do anything Factorio related. I might play, like, you know, another chill game off stream. Like, I'm on another Valheim kick lately off stream. But yeah. Okay, so we're good. Let's get back to the real game. I'm just kidding. This is the fake game. The sandbox is the real game. Current song, man. Let me see if I can do it by memory. Which one was this? This is Kite, right? Yeah, this is Kite. I'm blanking out on the name. Alright, I'm checking it. The Rhythm, yeah. Kite, The Rhythm. I actually really like this band, but there are only a couple songs that I have that were like this, I think. Yeah, there were only 2 songs. Yeah, True Colors and The Rhythm that I wound up adding. I actually did go through their discography at one point. At least most of it. But this is like half the shit on my playlist. It's just some random band no one's heard of. And then, like, songs that they made, like, 10 fucking years ago that no one's ever heard of but me. Do they even have any... I mean, they do have a decent amount of listeners, actually. 170k is actually, like, you know, they're not completely obscure. There's lots of bands I listen to where it's like they have like fucking like 1k monthly listeners. Like no one's heard of them but me. Queen, We Are the Champions? Okay, we can do that. After this. The original or the remastered? Why does it not show the duration? Did they change the... Oh, there we go, if I do it under songs. We'll do the remastered version. Okay, in the meantime... We now need to go set up blue and gray, and we need to figure out exactly where these are going. And these are the last two. And after this, we'll be at 4 million. Well, kind of. I need to go scale up orange and white, but that shouldn't take that long. I should do them over the water, shouldn't I? At least one of them. Yeah, I should do it over the water. There's no close iron, though. Unless there's iron on this side. There's no close iron, and distance actually matters because we don't want to break pipeline extent. Open ocean? Yeah. Yeah, we just want it surrounded with trees. Let's just see if there's iron here. I don't think there is, though. I'm not feeling it. Yeah, if it's any further than that, it's going to be too far. Maybe we do blue over the lake, because blue doesn't take a lot of material. So if we pump iron, it's not that bad. Yeah, I think we do blue here, and I set up a full 16 blue. Gray needs to be near the stone anyway. The question is, which iron am I going to use to drive it then? How hard are you driving? Not very hard, actually. I wonder if you can drive blue on top of that. I can always switch the right blocks to this field. Yeah, that's the closest one. Yeah, what do we say? 16 blue over the lake? It's actually a pretty big ocean down to the below. I can put trees on this little island too, though. It's playing the next version. 1 second. I wish there was a way, like, after you stop a playlist and play a random song, I wish there was a way to just go immediately back to exactly where I was in the playlist. Hold on. Choke by Hybrid got removed from Spotify. Did they put up a different version? Most of their shit's on there. 1 second. Musical detour. No, it apparently got removed. Weird. Well, sometimes when things get removed, they get added back. It's just like a temporary licensing thing. I fucking hate copyright and licensing, man. Just let me listen to music. Where were we? Kite. Add to queue. Oh, okay. I should use that. I just Thanos snapped him. It's the spiders. It's just combat spiders. Hey, Fluffsy, Eichler. I don't know, I'm kind of concerned with how much open it is down here. But if I put it like here, we have like the same issue with like, you know, water to the left. There is at least land beneath it. A little bit. I think I am gonna do blue here. Times 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. And we'll get the copper from the left. What are the green squares? Show generated chunks. That one. That and the expansion candidate ones are useful for, you know, not revealing too many chunks. Yeah, blue goes here, 100%, and we'll scale it to full 16 like we did this one. Gray will just scale to 8 immediately. Let's plan both right now. So gray does use a bit more iron. And then we want the coal and stone. I think we go right over this lake. Like right in here. I just don't like the iron situation for the blue. It would be nice if there was a field like right here. But there is not. I'm gonna reveal this area. Who knows, maybe there's one on the island. Or like right down here. Well, there's more land down here. It's not a lot, but it's better than nothing. Yeah, no iron though. Is there an iron patch above purple? There's this one. I think this is the one I'm going to be using to drive the blue though. And then I'll probably switch these to be driven by this one instead of that one. I mean, it's getting piped either way. Change the purple iron patch to above. Oh, to that one? It is using the above. The purple is using this one. This one's tiny. Are you talking about this one? This is getting flattened by labs. Yeah, the labs are going there. That's where the next block goes. It's right there. I mean, we had to put him somewhere. So I tried to put it in places where it wasn't going to block big fields. Yeah, we lose that tiny one. And this thing is just minuscule. Like, that's not going to be enough to drive it, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I can't see the consumption rate right now because it's not actually flowing. 12,000. There's a patch in between the two. I mean, you can see. That one is being tapped for the right one right now. That's getting bulldozed by labs. That's being tapped for purple. Maybe this one could drive both the purple and this. We can just pump the iron further down. That might work. It's relatively short. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think this could probably drive both. Steel does have 300 prod after all. It shouldn't use that much. I'm not moving the hub again. We've already moved the hub twice, man. The hub is where the hub is. We spent a lot of time deciding where the hub was going to go for the final placement. great consideration and care was taken. Should fill in like this area with trees. Need to not over concrete. I didn't make salmon crab. I can add him later. Yeah, we can add him later. I had him originally, and then when I changed the location a bit. Holy, that's a lot to remove. Why are my bots going so far? It's like they like going up first. I should just start at an edge. There we go. That'll be smarter. How's the white science going in the meantime? Good? Yeah, it looks like it's ready to go. Oh. Okay, and then swapping the science out is a little technical. We'll handle that in a minute here. I want to get these builds down first, though, because it's going to take a little bit to get them all hooked up. See you in a couple hours? Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to be pretty consistent about ending the streams at 4 a.m. Pacific right now. That's actually really helping with my sleep cycle, and I've been able to move my hours up a bit. Like, every day this week, I've managed to start, like, half an hour earlier than the previous day, so that's good. So yeah, I'm kind of trying to stick to that hard stop at 4 a.m. right now. Maybe go a little longer if we're trying to finish something up, but yeah. So I'll be on for another 5 hours. Streaming earlier is not helping you. I mean, like, I've talked about it a bit, but, like, shit was getting really fucked up the past couple weeks. Like, it was getting really bad for me. It was, like, way too much, like, ending at, like, 5, 6, sometimes even 7 a.m. And then I kept starting later and later. I was, like, starting at, like, you know, there was a time when I was consistently starting at, like, 7, 8 p.m. And then it kind of slowly got pushed back to, like, starting at, like, 9, 10 p.m. And the 9, 10 p.m. is, like, really ass. Because then, like, I kind of, I'm starting after a lot of people have already gone to sleep and they don't even get a chance to watch a little bit. But yeah. Time zones, man. They're the real enemy. I was also starting, like, so many streams where I was just, like, dead tired, too. Like, that was the other issue. Like, I'd be starting the stream and, like, I would have gotten, like, 4 or 5 hours of sleep. And I would just be like a zombie. But yeah, as I said, this week's been a lot better. I'm nice and awake and happy. Well, as happy as I can be. Time zones are real, just more spherical conspiracy nonsense. Yeah, time zones is the modern Tower of Babel. We could have all been in one time zone and been one people, one united planet. And then big time came down from the heavens and split us all into little subsections. And now we're not even all awake at the same time anymore. This is going to be a little awkward. Oh, I'm better off running it from the left. How goes the base? Good. Should be getting to 4 million SPM within the next 2 hours, I would say. Still got a couple big builds to set up, but we know which blueprints are being deployed, where they're going to go. Just doing a little tree setting up real quick. What mods? None. Daylight savings ends in a week or so? It already ended. Yeah, it already ended. I noticed when it ended because I, like, lost a stream hour. I was, like, looking at the clock and it's, like... I've been streaming for 5 hours, but... It was, an hour later than expected. That's basically all of Novice. Hasn't ended it in Australia? What? You're on a different daylight saving schedule? That's just fucking weird, man. It's summer there? Oh my god. Crazy. Oh, landfill. I meant to get landfill. I should probably get more refineries too. Okay, here we go. Blue first. Only the spastics on these. You just love words like that, don't you, Conk? The spastics, the schizos. Wait, that's the old blue. Okay, so it needs to go up. So the piping, yeah, comes in the bottom. I think we should do it just like right next to the copper and then go over. Like I should start here. This is where it needs to wind up. It's going to go up, left, or sorry, to the right, meet with gray, which is going to come up here. And they both go up here. And it has to cross this big thing, so that's going to be fun. But we'll make it work. Daylight savings is silly. I mean, you missed me saying daylight savings was the modern Tower of Babel. Instead of breaking up us in different languages, we got broken up into different time zones. One planet, one time. For some people, you know, let them have their sunrise at like 10 a.m. or something. It's just a number, right? That confuses the cows. I feel like it's not very hard to confuse a cow. One vision, one purpose. Yes. This guy gets it. In the name of Cain. Oh, I miss CNC. China does one time zone? Yeah. Yeah, just have it be. So on one side of the country, it's, you know, you just get used to the fact that it's going to be, say, sunrise at like 4 a.m. and sunset at like 4 p.m. or something. Just adjust the hours accordingly. It's just a number. And then no fucking weird conversion. And oh, it's 10 a.m. for you, but it's 3 p.m. for me. Hold on, I gotta convert. Gotta punch it into Google. So here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Maybe not too close. Yeah, maybe purely over the water, like there. Above that bottom land. Yeah, let's do it there. Blue science over the water. It's thematic, isn't it? What does India have, like 1 million time zones or something? If you're way up north in Alaska, the sun doesn't rise till 3 months out of the year? Yeah. Oh, it has one time zone? Oh, well, how many other countries have one time zone? Is it just a fucking Western thing, then? Does Brazil only have one time zone, too? Is this just a Western plague? Oh my god, it just keeps going. Australia has 5? Yeah, we were just talking about Australia. I really don't want to reveal that much. Holy shit, I'm revealing so much down here. I don't have autosaves on, do I? No. I mean, I could load back. We were in the sandbox. All I did was the trees, right? Whatever. It's not a big deal. Let me turn on autosaves again, though. I mean, when I physically go down here, I'm gonna generate all the chunks down to like here, so though anyway. So I guess it's not that much further. Oh, like. Yeah, it's huge. The player chunk generation is just fucking enormous. I wish there was a way to turn it down. But yeah, when I go to here, it's gonna generate up to like here anyway. If I had to go much further than that, I would have like maybe tried to load back. But yeah, I should have autosaves on just in case. But we're gonna be building here, so I'm gonna need trees like out here anyway. There's like no more ore out here either. Oh, I might have to go like down and around. Wait, are they on an island? I might have to go kill them myself. I think we have an island biter situation. Bro, if I have to go down there, it's going to generate all the way down to here. And there's no other way to get... Well, I can't really get my... I mean, I could set up construction spiders and then landfill, but like... Ugh. Alright, let's see how bad it winds up being. Give me some railgun ammo. And, I don't know, like flamethrower ammo or something. Can't I just ignore them? No, not if you've got green circles. They'll keep generating units. You have to remember, we're placing the blue build here. So it's actually relatively close. Where am I? Here. Bring me my shit. They'll still take up UPS. It's like one fucking nest. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Yeah, it didn't generate too much. Okay, we're good then. Alright, here we go. Let's go about here. I mean, not a lot of people built at this scale. This is about as scaled up as it gets. Oh, I should remove the chests from the blueprint, yeah. How am I so low on assemblers? I did remove the loaders, right? Nope. How do I have, like, no assemblers? Start bringing me, like, 100 at a time. Well, there's the bot laser. And you are, yeah, you pick up 100. Yeah, come. The loaders, yeah, I got them. I'm gonna need way more landfill than I'm thinking. I keep forgetting where my landfill is. It's like here. Cool. Oh yeah, I didn't like his light color either. Let me pull those out. I'm gonna change the lights later. Where are you? Yeah, I'll redo the lights later. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. This might take a minute. Let me go up here so it does the shorter distance stuff first. I don't like construction spiders usually because, like, they buffer. You have to, like, load them with the material. And then, you have a huge amount of material, like, buffered on them. Right? Especially the modules. Which even at this point in the game, aren't, like, infinite per se. Like, every time I've done construction spiders, I just kind of wind up, like... Yeah, like, not using them that much. I prefer to just use my character. It makes it easier to move things around, too. Like, they would be good for, like, landfill, I guess. And for things like belt, but, yeah, I don't know. It's not like it takes that much longer for me to just do it. But yeah, I just generally don't like dealing with how much they tend to buffer. Because ideally you need, like, a bit on each spider, too, right? Like, you're not doing, like, one spider belt, like, one spider landfill. You're kind of doing a bit on each so they can each all help, right, and not just one at a time. It's mainly the landfill that's taking so long right now. Yeah, as most of the landfill goes down, it'll get a lot faster. With the landfill is a lot of entities. I need a lot of assemblers. Yeah, we're almost done with the landfill. That's the long part. The rest is just material we're missing. I got no more beacons on me. Holy fish! Be free! Be free! Can I mash? I can't mash Z any faster. You almost lost your channel points. I wouldn't be talking about channel points. Man is living dangerously. Man almost went bankrupt today. Probably the riskiest bet I've seen on this channel. Is I would have bet Silvertex. I would have put my money on Silvertex. You can put fish in the water? Yes, you must. We are an environmentally friendly megabase. No animals were harmed in the creation of this megabase. Okay, except maybe the biters. And all the fish we ate at the start of the run. No animals were harmed recently. Were they smaller? Yeah, but as I said, like, I actually thought Silver's was going to be better. Because that, like, super high direct insert has usually been better. Fuck, I feel like we need to test the red again. Although apparently Ernesto's design was pretty close to the winner from the A-Buck competitions. So, I don't know. I don't know. We need to, like, UPS. Now that we have a sandbox set up for it, we need to UPS test a lot more things. Here, just give me like 200. Yeah, I need so many assemblers for the shed and for the gray too. Yeah, it looks like I have to go a bit further down anyway. This is 4 million SPM of blue science I'm putting down, by the way, for anyone going like, you know. Holy, I need more beacons. What is it? Beacons, belts? Yeah, undergrounds, beacons. I'm already requesting 400. But yeah, see, this is the thing where it's like having spiders wouldn't really help. It's just, it's a supply issue. It's just, there's just so fucking much material to be put down. Yeah, drop your remaining beacons and assemblers. And then go to Gleba first, get some stacks. I guess I can start working on the white science transition. Okay, so this is how we're going to do it. Add that to the end of every row. On the hub. Stop requesting white normal. Switch to white legendary. And you can go to a much lower amount too. How are you not in fucking... Oh, you need to be filtered. And then on here... Start disposing of all normal white science. Okay. That begins the Great White Science Purge. I mean, these requesting white will feed back. Well, I mean, like, the problem, I can't remove that signal very easily. I'd have to remove it on every chest. That's the issue. Well, let me do request from buffer on these, because the other ones aren't request from buffer. So it should prio. on that. Here, let me, fuck. Give me a totally separate combinator and set it like much higher. No, they won't take it back to the start of the labs because I have requests from buffer now. Or at least they shouldn't be. Or they'll stop doing it eventually. Because these aren't requests from buffer. So it'll get here and then, yeah. Maybe set it higher. Oh, wasn't my pad started into it? It actually got blown up by the biters at one point. It's the only point in this game that I've loaded back. Yeah, there you can see. Now it's really... There you go. Yeah, now it's doing what I wanted to do. You see? And we need to disable you as well. Totally forgot about that. Okay, go to Vulcanus. Because we can't have two different kinds of white sciences going. It'll brick the stack in servers. And since we are multitasking, let's keep that blue going. Oh, Artelis, you just missed a lot, actually. you missed the UPS deathmatch where you squared off against Silvertech and Andy squared off against Ernesto. I mean, you might have figured it out just from what I'm doing right now. But you won. It was your blue versus Silver's blue, which was way higher on DI. He was DIing all the engine ingredients with foundries and DIing the plastic too, which you weren't. And his was much bigger. But I thought his might have actually been more UPS efficient because it had a higher level of DI. But congratulations! You did win. You were the winner of UPS Deathmatch. Fuck. Imagine a clipboard, stopwatch, and a whistle? Not quite, but not that far from the truth, I guess. I need more beacons. What else do I need? Just beacons and assemblers and stacks and undergrounds. All of which are being loaded up right now. SD card, what is it? Yeah, you missed that part too. SD bet like 200,000 points on your blade, Artelis. He bet the house. And it was all for nothing too, because the opposing bets were basically nothing. What he got to keep his points. Yeah, we're seeing the white clear out, but it's still in the labs, which is what we want. Because it means the inserters aren't getting stuck with white science in them. So now when I switch to white science, you know, it'll fully deplete. And then in the labs, without having any of the inserters, and we can seamlessly switch to legendary. There's still a bit more that's coming, though. But it'll clean up soon enough. God, there's still a lot in there, actually. Some of it's still going back, but it should be good. It just needs some time. It's a good thing we started this early, because it is not an instant process. We did get the undergrounds. I didn't get the beacons. Oh, ships still have Vulcanists. You need to come. Should probably actually spend, yeah. I mean, I was saying this earlier, but if you guys have suggestions for point redeems, I'm all ears for adding more shit. I've been looking at other people's streams too to like get inspiration for like what to add for points, but like most people barely have anything to redeem. Like most people have even less shit to redeem than I do. I at least have song requests. Oh yeah, someone did recommend me adding a like base review as a point redeem. Yeah, I should do that. I'll make a note of that. Oh, I already have it in my notes. It's literally right here. I was fucking writing down a line next to a line that already said the same thing. Alright, give me the beacons. Alright, here they come. So only 390? Uh-oh. No, there's 2.3k. Is it never worth? It just depends on how UPS efficiently you can do it. Right now it seems that white and legendary for sure. But, and then we're probably going to do cryo and metallurgic in uncommon eventually as well. But for the rest of them, it's, yeah. ABEC did a lot of equality UPS testing for, like, the first 3 novice sciences, like red, green, and blue. And it was, like, less than, like, you know, it was like a single-digit % difference. Like, it's barely a difference. So, yeah, like, it's kind of the issue that a lot of these sciences have one material where to make it in higher quality in large amounts winds up being really bad for UPS. I did a lot of. Part of the reason this Megabase took so long to get to this point is I did a lot of experimenting with like blue and purple legendary. My original plan, for those of you who remember it, was to do every science and legendary and trying to do them off-world in order to like take the stress off the novice hub in terms of the ingredients. Granted, the novice sciences would have to go through the hub, but they'd be coming in legendary, so it would be, you know, proportionally less bot traffic. But yeah, that plan did not make it past like week 2. Like I designed a I designed a full legendary blue blade for Vulcanus. Didn't wind up using it because the sulfur would just wind up being too much of a nightmare. Why it failed? The blue failed because there's no UPS efficient way to produce insane amounts of sulfur. Dude, I really need a lot more underrounds. And give me more stacks too, a lot more. I'm underestimating how much shit this thing takes. Yeah, blue failed because there was no way to produce large amounts of legendary sulfur. We were even experimenting with like a dedicated legendary sulfur producing only very large quality ship. But the numbers were just really bad. Like really, really bad. Like it was very obvious it wasn't going to work out. And then I was going to experiment with doing legendary purple on Vulcanus. And we actually had a relatively UPS efficient way to make the stone, which is the big thing, but it was the steel that kind of torpedoed it. Because the idea was to use the LDS shuffle to make the steel. And it wound up being like an insane amount of inserters to generate. First of all, we had to downgrade the purple to blue, which already made it questionable because there was no way to UPS efficiently produce the large amounts of legendary calcite needed for legendary stone. And then when we were experimenting with the LDS shuffle shit, it's still going back to the hub. I mean, it'll go down eventually. It should. How much is there? Oh, there was like 674k. Jesus. Why does that not seem to be going down like at all? I'm about to railgun my own hub. There's too much shit in there, though. What is there? I really don't want to delete a million Promethium. It's not going down, though. Well, you're not getting it from any of the ships. They're in Vulcanus orbit. Like, well, why is that not going down? I would expect it to be going down like a K every couple seconds. Like, we are disposing of it here. No, it's in the hub. I'm looking at what's in the hub. You see where I mouse over it? It says 674k. Like, yeah, there's some in the requesters, too. We're taking some back to the hub and some up here. I mean, yes, it's looping. We know it's looping. But as long as it's still draining... But I don't understand why it's not going down, like, at all. Maybe I should replace him with a red chest, yeah. Or buffers. Oh, now it's looking better. Yeah, that's what we want to see. It should just go into the system, out. Because I can't easily disable the request here. You know what would be like the ultimate improvement to this? If every requester chest had like a wire with a constant combinator, and you could set the requests dynamically that way. I don't even know, man. Whatever. It's working now. Or a good parameterized one? Yeah, I mean... Whatever, it's working now, though. As long as we don't see, like, a lot running back this way, it's fine. Yeah, it's now starting to drain. How do you still say 674K? That is white, right? I don't fucking understand, man. I'm so confused now. Yeah, or tell us, yeah. I agree, that's probably the best suggestion. There should have been a group for each one. No, it's not a misbuild thing. Yeah, these are cleared. Yeah, these inserters here can potentially get stuck. I need to do an Alt-D on the inserters. On the hub. To clear it at some point. Clearing this is going to be a bigger pain in the ass than I'm thinking. I mean, it is disposing of white science en masse. You know, it is happening. I just don't understand why when I mouse over the hub, does it still say 674K every time? Oh, now it's going down. Okay. Yeah, guys, I have requests from Buffer Chest on these. If you check this box, it elevates the priority of the requests. So these boxes, even though they're requesting a lesser amount, are higher priority than these, which don't have it checked. Which means these boxes will drain out onto the belts, wind up here, and then get bot lasered up here. It's going down now, though. Yeah, we're down to 651. 650. Yeah, it's draining like 500 a second now. Just let it do its thing. But yeah, at some point I'll need to Alt-D all the inserters here, and then Control-Z it. But in the meantime, let's keep building the blue. There it is. Congratulations, I believe you are VIP number 5? Five or 6? Well deserved, honestly. After your blue one. It was a good design. Yeah, as soon as I looked at it, I was like, yeah, I think it's going to be hard to improve. Because you already incorporated all the best designs we had from the other ones. Like, this is like the same pattern from the yellow. This was the same pattern from the purple. And that's like 80% of the design right there. So yeah, as soon as I saw it, I was like, I don't think I'm going to be able to improve it. Was a well-designed blade. You did it pretty much exactly how I would have done it. So very nicely done. Add remove VIP? Ooh! Ooh, that's evil. Add remove VIP. Oh, that would be evil. Remove someone else's VIP for 500k points? I think that might be a little too evil. That would be so funny, though. It would have to be like 500k or something. It would have to be very expensive. Just straight up remove someone else's VIP. Should I do that? Make it 100k for the game. No, it has to be more expensive than the ad. It would have to be more expensive than the ad, for sure. Dude, the number of undergrounds in this is ridiculous. Did you have to use that? I guess you did, yeah. I'm actually running out of prods. No, it would have to be more expensive. I don't know. It's definitely an evil suggestion. Yeah, I mean, if it was like, get VIP for like 50k, remove VIP for 50k, then it would be funny. But I made it pretty expensive, obviously. We're completely out of prods. I mean, I make 800 prods an hour. Like, we make them at a pretty good rate. It's just, these are just massive, massive builds we're putting down. $15 a minute? $15 a minute for legendary prods is really fast. What do you mean, ouch? Like, I make nearly 1,000 legendary prods an hour. That's a lot. Time to disassemble yellow? Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, I just should never have had them capped. That was the big misplay. There should have never been a cap. Vader's 8,000 caps on the original fucking things being vindicated. But yeah, I definitely underestimated how many modules everything takes. Because you have to remember, last year when we did this Megabase, A, we only went to 2 million, not 4 million. And B, I did it over 800 hours. So over 4 times the amount of time. So we're doing twice as much science, or more, in a quarter of the time. So I effectively need 8 times the module production rate that I had last year. Please don't reveal another nest. God damn it. Save him for the next orange run? No, I think we're going to be launching him back to novice. So we can at least run mining prod for a while, right? If I can just get, like... I literally just need the blue online, and then I can at least start running mining prod at 4 million. Was this Nightwish, the previous one? No, it was, God, who was playing? Xandria, yeah. Universal by Xandria. Another pretty good metal band. Artillery? Oh, no, artillery is shit in late game. I did that last year. Of course I got bangers. This is Banger Central. Welcome to Banger Town. Population U. It's just the modules now, yeah. It's literally just the modules. Okay, that's fine. We can at least start working on the belting. And the piping. I don't have Unleash. It's on my list, I think, of bands I need to look into. Without going on a tangent right now, like, when I have free time that I don't spend on games, you know, what I spend it on depends on what's going on. Like, sometimes, you know, I spend time, like, deep diving into Spotify, looking for new music. I used to do that pretty often. I mean, I still do it often, but... Like, for those of you who are, you know, most of you know by this point that I stay pretty politically up to date on what's actually happening, and since the Iran shit started going down, that's taken up, like, almost all my attention in terms of things I, you know, focus on off stream. You know, if I'm not doing something gaming related, I'm basically, like, keeping up with what's going on there. So yeah, like, I have a very big music backlog at this point of bands that I want to go through. Like, they're all written down. I haven't forgotten any of it. It's just kind of on hold right now. Alright, I think one coal belt is enough. So we're gonna do it. Dude, I've heard the Marceau cover of this song so much more often than the original. That, like, the original sounds weird to me now. Told my government to secede from the States? If only. It'll never happen, though. Okay, so copper was here. Water is here. Petroleum is here. And iron is here. So like that. Is that how we're doing it? How are we doing on the draining? It's gone. It's gone. There's nothing left in the hub. Mission accomplished. Yeah, it just needs to drain the rest out of these chests now. And that's harder to see the number. No, I haven't done the left yet. I haven't forgotten either. Yeah, we gotta do that too. One side at a time, though. Let me do another block. Maybe two. Okay. And I want the pipes as close as we can. So you're one. You're two. It's just gonna be mainly mining prod for today. He's trapped! Free my friend! So that's iron. Alright, so it's always iron top, then copper, then would be acid, but we don't need acid. So that would be petroleum then. And water is always at the back. It's 4 liquids, not 5. And I think 1 coal belt should be enough. It doesn't need very much plastic. But if we need another, then we just run it, on the back and then just bring it in later. Like, extra coal belts go to the bottom and they just merge in when needed. Is there a better spot the iron can go? No, that's like the only iron. I'm just trying to see if I can clean this up a little in any way. But it looks pretty set, honestly. So petroleum, water, iron. Do I hate I can move him further? Yeah, I didn't really think about that. I kind of just stuck him in the spot where I had like a bunch of space. I have like trees everywhere else. I guess I should have done it in here. I mean, they're getting it fast enough. The issue isn't them transporting it. The issue is disposing of it. Because it takes a while to dispose, even with, like, super boosted recyclers. Yeah. Just let it do its thing. We still have to set up gray, too. Like, we'll just let it do its thing. Let's go focus on this stuff. Leftmost is not... yeah, that's right, sorry. That's copper. Don't need the 2 normal pipes for the petrol? What do you mean? I can do the 2 undergrounds? Yeah, I know, but this is fine too. This is fine too. I mean, I guess if we really wanted to clean it up. Aesthetically. We could do that. There, now no more undergrounds. We're definitely gonna hit extent, I think. This thing's fucking long. I mean, we're literally on water, though, so the water is easy. Hey, Canna, there you are. Congrats on your gift sub. You got Andy to thank for that one. Yeah, thank Andy, not me. Although he went to sleep. Like half an hour ago. The water bus line over the water, yeah. Yeah, I actually did see that. It was kind of interesting to look at it. Isn't the non-TAS any setting DS speedrun like really fast already though? Like, isn't it already like sub 2 hours? Does anyone know off the top of their head what the any map settings vanilla Factorio non-space age, like just launching a rocket speedrun is? 118, yeah, it's already pretty fast because you've got unlimited resources and it's just launching a rocket and that's it. Wait, the pipe? Oh, they're not connected in the middle. Here, give me a more. $20 minutes? Yeah. I mean, that's kind of crazy when you think about it. It's not even that much faster than a human. And if you watch the video, like, it's basically like auto-inserting and building at an insane rate. Faster bot speed? I can't do anything that takes white science right now. That takes white, I think. Yeah, that takes white. Because we're currently, you know, manipulating shit for white. Yeah, it's getting there. The first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are already cleared. So that means those chests over here are already cleared too. Please don't break extent. Please don't break X. No! My build is too big. Research so fast? Oh, dude, it's about to go twice as fast. As soon as I get this set up. No, it's an upgrade, but I'm just saying, like, compare, if you watch the video, compare how fast the TIS run can put down buildings and shit to, like, how fast a player can do it. Like it's, like, easily, like, 10 times faster than a player could do it. But, it, like, you know, it's not even that much faster. It just goes to show how much of the run is just, like, running around and shit. Cutting the time requires to quadruple the growth? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we called that the speedrun paradox when we were doing the hamster shit. Which is that, the paradox is that the faster you want to go, the more you have to build. And the more you have to build, that slows you down. So there sort of winds up being like an equilibrium. Because every time you try to speed up, you realize your old blueprints aren't fast enough. Okay, so... Water is easy. We just split it right in the middle. And put a pump on each end. We can go ahead and do that right now. Keep it nice and lined up. Where'd you go? Right there, and we split you in the middle. Let me just count cryos. 16. So the middle is here. This is the middle. Dream 4 Blue Side Lonely asked to in the build up from Marcia. What? Crafted things spend less time in inventory? Yeah, that too. Okay, so copper's coming in from here for sure. So we'll have to do some pumps in the middle here for copper. I don't know how much petroleum it's going to consume. The iron and copper are probably going to need several pumps. Petroleum might be able to get away with like 1 or 2. No, whatever. Let's start putting things down. You know, while we're looking at this thing, I want to try to see if I can improve it a little bit. Like, you can definitely go in there. Was the melter? I forgot about it. I haven't even looked at it that much yet. I mean, I can't tell. We need to sit down and compare them later. I genuinely don't know. The Foundry's running 6.1. Yeah, but it's less total, isn't it? This one is 24. Foundry's 24. This is... Oh, it's the same amount. Oh, it is the same amount. Okay, you know what? We can try it. We need to, like, sandbox compare them later, though. But yeah. Because mine don't do 6.1. Well, I can't fucking tell because... Yeah, mine do 4.3. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. We'll give it a shot. Aren't your miners, like, further apart, though? Holy shit. Your miners feel way further apart. Yeah, this is one of those cases where the easiest way to do it is to grab a beacon. Put it, like, in the middle. And then center it on that. Yeah, there we go. Speedrunning Stardew Valley? What? What is that random question? How are you just, like, randomly talking about speedrunning Stardew? Huh? It's so fucking random. You stream Stardew Valley? I didn't even know you streamed. Inter does some Stardew Valley? Okay, interesting. Yeah, I will give you a follow. Wait, I don't have a follow button on here, do I? Okay, I'll remember later. There's actually no follow button on this program I have? I have 12 different options for timing somebody out. And no option for following. Routing the calcite? Yeah, I noticed that. Calcite is what kind of like fucked up the beacons on my old one. Holy shit, I've already been going for 3 hours? Dude, it feels like I've been streaming for like 2 hours. Not like nearly 4. We need to step on it if we're gonna get this done today. I need to focus. Still so much to do. Okay, let's get your power. Here is fine. Okay. And where's the halfway point? Here. Alright, so let's just go ahead and preemptively cut everything. Because we're going to know we're going to have to do some shenanigans here. Okay, so... Well... let's just do a couple for now. And then we'll see what actually bottlenecks it later. Guess we need to have shit like this on like all of them. Oh, what am I doing? I'm being dumb. Yeah, it's not one of those things. Like, there's so many of these builds that, like, you guys have done some work on, but I haven't, because, you know, I'm just trying to, like, actually build stuff in the game at the same time. But once we're stable at 4 million, there's so much stuff I want to just sit down and work on and improve. I really want to design a new Aquilo blade very badly. I think that's going to be, like, the first big project I do. Once we're stable at 4 million. After the trees, I guess. Yeah, the trees will be the first big project, and then the Aquilo shit. So why do I not have copper? Wrong recipe. We're missing modules like mad. Alright, 2 liquids down, 2 to go. Iron is going to be the annoying one. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I agree. The other thing I want to do on a kilo is move my hub up here. Like, I'm gonna be completely refactoring it at some point. I also had the idea to like get like everything in a kilo into like a heat pipe box, so it's so easy to like just kind of like place things around like Lego pieces, right? That's the ultimate goal when designing things in Factorio. Design these like easily tileable or easily, you know, placed modular blueprints where everything just snaps together like connects or something. That's the real Factorio in-game. Alright, let's do petroleum next. Do I have the DEUX? I do, okay. So this is just petroleum. Where's the nearest oil? Shit, where is the nearest oil? I thought there was a close one. Oh, shit. I guess this one? We're gonna have to pump it down. That's unfortunate. Default settings strikes again. What's your extent? 305? Okay, let's do this. Run you down a bit further. And then do another block. Lay it down here. Small heat networks? Yeah, I'm well aware of that. That's the big thing I want to do. There's like 4 things I want to do when I redesign this blade. Separate heat networks, re-ratio the lithium because this was over-ratioed. Better heating so that we have glowing pipes. And fixing the blueprint so that the pump gets placed down automatically. And I don't have to like manually do it after. Yeah, those 4 things I would very much like to fix. I need more runarounds. What are the glowing pipes for? The fucking visuals, that's why. What's the point in having a Megabase if it doesn't look good? You know, there's no point in doing anything in life unless you do it in style. You need an opinion. Is it better to hard up cycle tungsten? No, don't do quantums. Don't do quantums. Just add more drills. Find a tungsten field that's several million. You know, like I had one that was like 4 million up here. That will not drain fast even in low mining prod. Find one that's like really dense and yeah, and just hard up cycle, and put a buffer because you know it's not going to be a constant drain type thing, right? Yeah, make a nice little fat buffer and just do something like this. Legendary speed, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you right now, make sure you get your prods going well as well. Because the prods are, yeah, the speeds are easy, honestly, compared to the prods. Like, I've got plenty of speeds right now. It's going down, actually. Oh, there's blue chips held up. No green chips. Wait, what's the fucking problem? Oh, no, we have enough. Yeah, we have enough blues. It's being held up on the modules, yeah. Or wait. Wait, what is it? What are you held up on specifically? You have the blue chips. You're just hung up because you got 5 modules. And there's no more modules. It's the speed 2s. Don't have speed 1s. The speed 1s. What? There's 72 legendary speed 1s in the network. Why is it in a buffer chest? What buffer chest? What fucking buffer chest? Go to like 100. That should not have to be buffer chest. What fucking buffer chest? I don't know, man. It's like they shouldn't be anywhere by here. It's in the mall. It has some in the fucking mall. That's the buffer chest. Well, a higher threshold fixes that. Should be good now. A lot of issues tend to crop up with the way I have things set up if the fucking buffers are set too low. Like, there's a lot of it's like you know, there's like the spider mall issues, for example. I don't even know. It's getting to the bottom. It's almost done. No, it's white science disposal. We're transitioning from normal white science to legendary, which means I need to purge the entire system of normal white science before the legendary goes in. Otherwise, the stack inserters will get stuck. Oh, what's my plastic prod at? 25? Yeah, I do need those for right now. I can swap them later. Okay, I went to get pipe before we got distracted. Where the fuck was the pipe I'm running down? Oh, it's over here. At 192. And there it goes through 47. All right, 3 down, 2 to go, 2 to go. Why do I even do that? Do what? Let's do the call next. It's literally right here. I already did the second one, yeah, it's down here. Could have done them both in the middle, but whatever, I stuck them at the ends. Question is one coal belt going to be enough? I'm actually not sure. We'll find out. You don't happen to know off the top of your head, do you, Ortelis? Or anyone who's worked on this design, what the coal, actual coal consumption is? Your playlists have cat power satisfaction? I've never even heard of cat's power. Cat powers. Hmm. 1.1? You gotta be kidding me. You're fucking with me, right? 1.1? So I need just the tiniest bit more than one belt? You're actually fucking with me, dude. Two, then. Yeah, two. Okay, so this is how we're gonna do it, then. There'll be a second coal belt here. Okay, there we go, and then that should do it. What's the goal for today? 4 million SPM on at least mining prod, but, you know, we'll try to get as many of the others up there as we can. I'm, like, multitasking quite a bit right now. Well, kinda. Like, we got the White Science Legendary set up. We're in the process of purging the White Science from the system. Spiders have to clear more shit, and I'm setting up Blue. All at the same time. At least that's still showing up. Do I have any plans after megabasing? Either Dyson or Timberborn. Then after that, we'll probably do like a modded planet run of Factorio. We'll do a third megabase at some point, but I think it'll be like later this year. A non-default settings one. Why doesn't I zoom in to see the biter destruction? I do it occasionally, but I've seen it 1,000 times. I know exactly what it looks like. The zoomed out view gives me only the necessary information and nothing else, but yeah. I still zoom in sometimes when it's like a really big nest, but it's just a waste of time. Yeah, that cool guys don't look at explosions. There you go. That's what I should have replied with. Okay, now for the annoying part. Iron. So we need to commit to something here. And right now, I'm feeling we do this one, especially if Piano's minor thing is really, like, outputting that much more. I think we just pump the iron down from here and run it down next to where the petroleum is. Oh, they actually get it all? Oh, not quite. Yeah, I was like, damn. I think the bots would have gotten all of it. 10K? Man's got all the numbers. 10K? For 16? These are 1K each. Okie dokie. Is that a mod? A website? Oh, I think I remember using it back in the day. Now that you mention it. Sounds familiar. But yeah, I probably should be using. There are tools that are available to me. Should probably be a bit more resourceful. I mean, the fact that you didn't get bonked... Well, it's a GitHub link. Yeah, that's why. GitHub is whitelisted. Also, I think, like, VIPs and subs are immune, yeah. No, it's not VIP, it's sub. Yeah, if you're subbed, you're immune to the bot. If you're subbed, you can link whatever the fuck you want. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Still? Yeah, if... It's over by 1 minute. 321. I swear to God. The game is just fucking with me. Yeah, I think I remember using it. Yeah, I definitely need to use that more often again. Okay, there we go. Top 5 for this. It's funny, it's the exact same number of refineries. It was 10 to power this. And 10 again to power this. Oh yeah, you're the iron pipe. Yeah, we'll worry about you later. I should have moved the pumps up here. Yeah, just a wee bit. Go to like here. Okay. Trim the edges? What edges? But the right one's the iron one. The right one is the one I was working on. I haven't finished it yet. Cause I'm gonna steal the iron from you. Oops. So to do. Okay, well, first of all, I need pumps like right here. And then I need another set. Not. Oh, it is there. Right? No. Oh, it is there, yeah. Yeah, right about here. Oh. Yay. Oh, I'm really starting to hate the 320 extent limit. You guys remember that old Factorio mod, like DEUX, where there were like bigger capacity pipes, but they were like larger? They should add that to the game. They should add like a larger 2x2 tile pipe that has like a much longer extent, but is like much more expensive to make or something. Like make it require like tungsten or some shit. Like tungsten and lithium or some like expensive thing. But give it like, you know, a much longer limit. Make extent size scale with quality? That'd be too easy. Pipes only take iron. That'd be basically free. Tungsten pipes? Yeah. You can't just delete extent. The mechanic does kind of suck, but you can't just delete it. There needs to be some mechanic that you have to play around, right? Why not? In the original beta, you know, they originally didn't have a limit. And it just winds up being ridiculous. Because you just have like one iron pipe going through your entire base. Right? It's literally everything in the base is going off one fucking pipe. And I say that as a pipe enthusiast, okay? I like my liquid pipes, and even I have to admit that would be a little much. Alright, extent me, baby. Oh, it didn't. Yeah, like what Ravager said, there has to be some limit. But, like, I don't know. The 320 shit really starts to get annoying in Megabasing. Like, I have to, like, you know... Because winding up with shit like this is... I'm sorry, this is just peak degeneracy. This just goes to show how ridiculous it gets. You know, and we're compensating by building closer to the fields, but, you know, on default settings, if they're not close enough, then you're like, yeah, it just goes to show, like, don't fucking mega base on default settings like I did. Also, not too easy. You need all the pass-through entities to legendary. I mean, the pass-through entities are what? Just pipes, undergrounds, and pumps? Like, those are all easy to make in legendary. Yeah, I didn't used to feel as strongly about this like a month ago, but I think when I had to do this, that's when I hit the tipping point. When I had to do this, I was like, yeah, okay, this is... Yeah. Just play modded? Like, mods... Just modded is not the solution to every problem in the game. Modding is when you want something to be different from the base game. You know, I'm saying the base solution in the game could still use some work. Like, just modded is not an answer. It's a cop-out, if anything. Like, just modded is what you do to games that, like, weren't that well designed to begin with. Factorio is a very well designed game. You know. Which is why when we run into these rough spots, we harp on them, because there's not a lot of rough spots. But when they show up, you know, they really show up. Okay, the pumps here. For that, we're going to underground you. And I'm probably going to need more. But we're going to keep it on. I'm deliberately underbuilding on pumps right now. Because I don't want to overbuild. I need more shit. I put too many pumps down. Where am I going? My base is starting to become kind of vast. I keep getting lost when moving around. Or maybe a higher tier pump. Yeah, increasing the pump value of a pump I think would be a good one. You know, I mean, they did it to the offshore, right? Oh no, it was just the Steam changes. I don't think they changed the value on the offshore, did they? The offshore is, where do I have an offshore? Yeah, the offshore is 3,000 as well. Yeah, maybe just increasing the pump value would be enough, honestly. Then the extent wouldn't be so bad. Maybe add a higher tier pump. That could be an option as well. There's a lot of different paths they could take. This is how you handle it? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just kind of do the rows, but either way works. What does this look like in 1.x? You didn't have pump pipes like this in 1.x. 1.x was, rivers of belts and lots of trains. Check my YouTube video on my 1.1 megabase if you want to see that. You ran out of red chips. How you doing on that red chip delivery? Just gonna go to 8K. We need so many. I need to move my control center like up here. We need to rewire the base at some damn point. Why do I have an orange light on bots? Oh, because it's a shared wire now. Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't really matter. It's just setting requests. Will and Grib is doing what we're doing? What are you doing right now? I don't know. I just see Will doing the mid-game shit. Lately. How much were SPM do you think in base game in 2.0? I mean, on my PC, or are you talking the theoretical limit? How are we doing over here? Oh, we're almost halfway there. We have 700 legendary, 1,000 regular. I think 6 million is my... I'd be happy if we hit 6. Once we have everything clocked and, you know, fully optimized. The hub we have right now can go up to 8 million. Any more than that, we'd have to design a new hub. I think if I was on Linux, we could probably push 8. If I was on Linux and I had a 9800 X3D, maybe. But I don't know. I've like considered maybe getting the 10800 when it comes out and swapping out my processor, but God, I hate fucking swapping out CPUs, man. It's the second most annoying piece in your computer to swap out. Take off the fucking enormous heatsink that was a bitch to screw on and everything, and it's just that. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Upgrading my CPU just for Factorio Megabasing when there's so much other stuff, you know, we want to do, right? Also feels weird, right? Like, it's just one aspect of Factorio. Like, for modded Factorio, it doesn't matter. Right? Like, for, like, DSP and all the other games we're going to be playing, it doesn't matter. It's like literally just Factorio Megabasing. Duck, VS Duck, what did you mean when you said Will and Grib is doing what we're doing? What were you talking about with pipes? What's the thing you were referring to? To upcycle super caps? I can't remember. No, I don't upcycle super caps. You only need superconductors for like modules mainly. These I just gamble. I just gamble a lot of things. Just pushing for base game changes? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I want the base game to be solid. Like, you know, there's games that, like, you know, when I play Oni or when I play Valheim, I play with a bunch of mods. Because I consider, like, the base game to be, like, not very, like, you know, that well done. I mean, it's a good base game, but there's a lot of shit missing. Like, Oni is just missing, like, a lot of features and quality of life. Valheim is missing a ton of quality of life. You know, so when I play games like that, and I have, like, an issue, for me it's not an issue just to, like, oh, slap a mod to fix it. Because, like, I've already kind of in the mentality that the base game, you know, has a lot of flaws. It's because Factorio is such a good base game that we push so hard for these changes to be in the base game. Right? Like, if Factorio base game was shit, and we had to install, like, 20 mods to get it to this point, then we wouldn't be pushing like this. Right? It's because the game is already so good. We want it to be better. What the fuck was I gonna do? I just completely forgot what I was doing. We've just been talking. What is the worst one? Yeah, motherboard, yeah. Clearly the motherboard. For large-scale bases, the X30 really to a tight sim. Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that. I do think there is potentially something to having a very, very, very small file size helping a lot with UPS, but like I think you have to have a very, very, very small file size. And even just Gleba alone, like, you know, even if you have Novice on 600% and have like a tiny Novice, like even if like everything on oh my god, I should not have done that. That fucking slow things to a crawl, holy shit. But even if you have like, you know, you're on 600% settings and you have a tiny Novice that's like this big, like your Gleba is still gonna be like enormous. So, yeah. I'm pretty sure file size does help, but only if you get it very, very, very small. Oh, it's alive! It lives! It only took us 4 hours to do blue science. Jesus fucking Christ. That's not true. We did UPS testing and a lot of other shit. What's causing so much bot traffic? It's all your comments in chat. Every time you type something, a bot has to transport each individual letter into Twitch chat. And so, yeah. It's you. It's your fault. Trains aren't solving the liquid issues. It will give you an worse coming in. No. Trains is a whole different thing. Yeah. Trains is a whole different thing. At some point, you'll be turning pollution off. Here's the thing with turning pollution off. I feel like it's too big a part of the game. Like, having to do trees or some kind of pollution control is, you know, a part of the game, right? We gotta do trees tomorrow, man. We gotta do trees. I can't, like, have this pollution cloud expanding, like, out of here. And ruining everything. Yeah, tomorrow has gotta be tree day. I feel like what's gonna happen is we're gonna hook it up for 4 million SPM. I'm gonna turn it on for half an hour. Watch the pollution clouds, like, start to explode, like, here and here. And then we're gonna shut it off and go, like, yeah, we need trees. Before we can actually run it. How much more SPM do you think in vanilla? I'm aiming for 6 million right now. Well, right now we're going to 4 million, but then once we fully optimize, the goal is 6. You know, the hub can go up to 8, but we'll see. I'd rather under-promise than over-deliver, than over-promise and under-deliver. So we're aiming for 4 right now. After we get everything clocked and maybe get some more UPS efficient designs in. Maybe 8. But we shall see. Maybe 6 to 8, somewhere in there. No quality science and 1.2 million. Yeah, I mean, UPS optimization has a lot to do with things. Like, even though this stuff right now is not fully UPS optimized, right? Like, we still have to do clocking and all that. The basic way in which we design things is relatively UPS efficient, right? Like, these blades are pretty solid, even if they're not, fully clocked yet. How does A-Buck measure differently so you don't get 2.5? Yeah, like, it depends if you're factoring in research prod or not. Some people, like, you have two ways to do an endgame megabase. You either don't factor in research prod and then you scale, everything else much higher, or you design a base around keeping research prod going constantly and factor that in. The research prod bases are like 2 million. But they also have like way more Prometheum chips, right? Like you need like 6 of these or something, or like a lesser number of larger chips. Okay. Let's get the belts roughly in place so we know where things are gonna go. You like the research prod movement? I mean, the thing is, like, you still get to a point eventually where it's, weeks per level. Wait, how are these all the wrong way? What the fuck? Oh, no, they're the right way. They're the right way. Alright, now comes the fun part. Ugh. Fuck. Wait, maybe I should go above. Because there's like coal and shit here. Actually, no, I kind of wanted to come right down in here. I want to do the merger over here. I want trees around the labs. Has a weird implementation his prompt chips only run when he's not doing Prometheum science and his massive buffers in Prometheum office. I mean, that's essentially what I did last year. You do non-novice, you do like mining prod and shit while the Prometheum chips are running, and then you don't run the Prometheum chips while you're doing Prometheum science, and that kind of evens things out a bit, yeah. But yeah, I mean, like, it's part of why we have such a large Prometheum buffer here. Like, it's, that's why that's 1 million. But yeah, it's same concept, just, extended further. Okay, let us see. How do I want to do, yo? I want it straight down here because I want the mixer here, the blue to come in here, and then the gray to just be there. So get rid of these. Pollution control. He stores it on for 18 hours? Does he store it outside the hub then? Yeah, thruster stacking unfortunately is not the best for UPS. Yeah, but it's more actions, but you don't want to have your hub storage be too massive. If your hub storage is too massive, then if you have a very, very large chest with a very large number of items and item types, it winds up being bad for UPS. Alright, let's figure out this damn belt crossing. We have 32 belts, need to cross 36 belts. Has to be 8 at a time, right? Yeah. Wait, how many do we span again? 10. 10 at a time. Alright, so you... go like that across. And then the next ones have to be offset. Maybe I should just do 8, so it's like more aesthetic, right? Yeah, because it's 36. UBS isn't a problem, so it's the only problem? Yep. Endgame Factorio, everything you do. The only thing you're asking. Is this good for UPS? I'm gonna try to get some kind of aesthetic going on here. Wait, how many lanes is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, I need to leave an even number in between. Yeah, I need to leave an even number in between. That doesn't reach to that, right? No, okay. Yeah, just do it like this then. Just do it like we did the mixer. Yeah, that should work. Wait, I suck at math. 8 doesn't divide into 36, it's 9. Oh my god. Oh my god, I have a billion stone on me again. Ah! More bot torture. Yeah, hold on, let me just, let's start over. You're out of network? You're out of network. No fucking service. Okay, 9. We want 9 at a time. I just go ahead and do it at max distance. I mean, this is something you don't have to do very often, that's for sure. Are we good? Have we finished the crossing? I need more undergrounds. I feel like yesterday I got red, green, and yellow set up faster than it's taking me to get just blue, man. Go get me another 800 undergrounds. Not much. Well, I still have to do the connections, which is probably what I'm going to do next. We'll do gray after that. Because once blue is operational, I can at least get mining prod running. You know, well, pollution notwithstanding. This and this. Gonna be generating a lot. You know, the visibility in these large builds is shit. There's no room for roboports in them. I'm not sleeping till we have mining prod at 4 million, though. We're close to it. I think our actual SPM might be a little under 4 million because we don't have the research prod yet. We need, like, research prod 70, yeah. But yeah, until we're spiritually at 4 million. Look at that lineup. Totally intentional. Not like it would have been hard to move that, though. Yeah, yo, I need more undergrounds. Whatever, just do straight build for now. I missed the lineup. Did I? Oh shit. Whoops. What time is it? 1:30 in the morning. Yes, I am a night owl. I ran out of belt too. I'm running out of everything. There's some, but not that much. Not 5K. I think it's enough for me to start getting the mixer set up, though. Oh, are you done clearing white on the right? I think it's done, yeah. Yeah, I think it's finished clearing the white science from the right side entirely. So there should be none left in any of the chests. Oh, fuck, the top and bottom, too. Oh, those need to be cleared as well. God damn it, man. There's so many chests to clear. Dude, switching fucking science colors is actually, like, a pretty big thing. Alright, I guess we'll do top and bottom before we do left. I should just set up both right now, though, so it just gets done automatically. Okay, and you now need to go to this side. White is here, yeah. So like that. You don't have any on you. Oh yeah, it's only the top ones that were connected. Yeah, so I only have to do... Oh, it's already drained, I think. Yeah. Or will be. Wait, there's someone here too? It must have been when I had it temporarily hooked up. Yeah, it's just this one. Any of the ones with white science on them. How am I doing? I'm doing. About to be doing some pretty big belt hooking up. What is there? I think it's just a tree. Yeah, I think we were good. These already got cleared. Yeah, these are going fast. Alright, what else? You. Not you. You. Oh, you actually do have a little on you. Yeah, I mean, I probably should have done... Okay, so here's the one thing with the bot thing. It's very easy to quickly scale. That's why I stuck with the bots as long as I did. It's very easy to quickly scale it. But yeah, the next big project is that. Okay, how do we want to do this? Okay, so we're coming down roughly in the middle of all the blue, but not exactly. And we need this. So I guess we'll come from the left. So everything will hook left, then go up. Is that where I want it? About there? Yeah, I mean, it seems reasonable. Is it better to bring scrap to an island and process it there? Or scrap it near the big vaults and then train it over? Neither. Neither. This is what your endgame Fulgora setup should look like. Not for science? What, for like everything else? For everything else, I use what I call a scrap fountain, an island fountain. Essentially, this thing is set up with enough recycling disposal power to get rid of anything that it produces. And is also capable of breaking down ingredients. Like, it can break down, like, blue chips into red chips and green chips. Like, you can see that up here. Like, it generates green chips. And red chips as well. The red chips are just, they come out of the thing. But yeah, this is, and then it's circuited to only enable if it actually needs something. And then I just bot drive everything from there. This is the chest that pulls things out as they're needed. I actually want to get like 2 chests in there. There's some modifications I want to do this. This is what controls part of it. Although you have to set the numbers here as well. That's another thing I want to change, just have it. So there's only one place to set numbers. It's another thing on my list of blueprints that I want to improve, but, improving it is going to take like half a day or more. So we'll do it once we're stable at a high SPM kind of thing. But yeah, I've called it an island fountain. Or a scrap fountain. It just, it's like a spring that comes out of the ground and just provides what you need. It's not meant to do anything in insanely high quantity. It's just meant to drive the quality stuff that you need here, This is to supply the normal stuff you want to make for like legendary Tesla turret stuff. Which is why it's completely inactive right now, because everything's fully saturated. But yeah, like were I to increase this, you'll see. That's going to start spinning. It'll start using material. This sees it's now missing material, and you can see it's now spitting out copper wire. And so on, as needed. That was fast. Yeah. It made like 1,000 pretty much instantly. Yeah, it makes it like 200 a second, so... Yeah, all of my blueprints are on the blueprint sheet. It'll be under the Fulgora planet book. Everything I make is public. Nothing is Nothing is hidden. Why does my mixer look so bad? It looks fine to me. Why is it on a diagonal line? There was a reason. I can't remember what the reason was. I mean, it's fine, though. It does what it needs to do. Well, that's a smaller one. But yeah, I tested it. Top left should be bottom left. I mean, it works. It works. I designed it in the sandbox. I tested it. It works. It does what it needs to do. Maybe I can make it slightly more aesthetic, but... I need more splitters. It's ugly? You're ugly. There was a... I'm trying to remember what the reason was why it was like that. I can't remember. I probably could easily switch it. I was just deriving it from Mango's old mixers. But he didn't have a 16 by 16 in the book, so I had to make one. Yeah, I mean, eventually we can work on aesthetics at some point. But right now... Okay, how do we want to do this? Don't actually hook it up yet. Design balancers? I think there's like programs that can be used, but I don't know. I am not balancer designer, man. I mean, the thing with balancers is like everybody just uses Rehnquist's book, which is like 10 fucking years old at this point. Alright, 16? 16. His latest is fault. What, Rainquest? I have the 2022 one. I don't use balancers anymore. That's the thing. Like, I use mixers. Okay, well, I mean, I use two mixers. I use the 8x8 and then the 16x16 that I had to make. But balancers are one of those things where it's like only new players use them, basically. Like, the better you get at the game, the less you realize you need balancers. And I'm kind of at the point, like, I haven't used a single balancer this entire run. Like, not even one. At any point. Terrified of that pollution. Okay. Who's ready for the final connections? Now we need to take all 96 belts and route them into the labs. Yeah, if everything's ratioed for a full belt, you don't need a balancer. That's exactly it. Like, this produces a full belt of science. We then mix it into 2 half belts, and then each row of the labs consumes a half belt of each science, right? So yeah, balancers just wind up being like super obsolete in the late game. Like, you mainly see them used by new players who are doing like trains and shit. But yeah, I definitely think that, like, the better you get at the game, the less you use balancers. Until you eventually get to the point where you're just not using any at all. I used compressors in the early game. That was actually going to be next week's YouTube vid, by the way. I already have, like, a bit of a schedule of videos I'm going to be making. But one of the vids, I might make 2 next week, because the one, this one will be short. But yeah, I was gonna talk about balancers and mixers and compressors and shit. Because most people definitely have no fucking idea what a compressor is. Looks so pretty from the map. Of course you would think that. Hey, my design looks so pretty. Might be a little bit of bias here. Just a tiny bit. I need some water. I'll be right back. Oh, okay. Alright, no matter what. Ugh. We need to finish this part at least today. Okay, here, they're still pulling out of the top. These are done, though. Oh, they haven't even touched the bottom. Let me just grab it manually. Wait. What the fuck? Why were there modules there? Did you pull modules out of something? Why were there modules on that belt? I might want to restamp those labs at some point. Again, this somehow got some speeds on it. That's not good. That should not be there. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. That's why I was glancing at the beacons. I don't understand why that's a thing. That is the dumbest feature in the game. Like, somebody tell me when I would ever want to have an inserter pulling modules out of a fucking beacon. But I don't know, it's pretty easy to see if there's missing modules, and I haven't spotted any. So I don't know, maybe I got pulled out of the hub or something? Yeah, I don't see any missing modules anywhere. Okay, is that all of them? I hope so. Alright, so left side should be nice and clear. There's these as well. Well, we gotta wait for all the white science to clear before we can actually run non-novice sciences. Yeah, it's going bit. They're starting to work on the bottom now. It shouldn't be too much longer. Okay, so here comes the really fun part. Because each one of these is 8 lab rows, right? So we're taking like 8 belts of each. And we have 2, so it's 16. But you may have noticed that each of these is 32. Because we're setting it up for the 6 million scale. Right? Eventually. We're building big. So the first 8 rows will go to the first 8 up there. So the first 8 will not even come down this far. So we can remove that. And then we need to start putting them in. And the order I did, which we're going to match, is... It might be slightly reversed on the belt, because I'm not paying attention to, you know, which is on the top and which is on the bottom when I'm, like, mixing them, you know, fucking 3,000 miles away. It's red and green on the bottom, then gray and blue with purple and yellow on the top. So this goes to the bottom. So we have those. Yeah, so first 8 go here, next 16 go to these, last 8 go to the bottom. So now we just have to do these. Should I leave these trees or not? I guess I'll try to leave what I can. But I'm not, like, squiggling any belts. I don't know. I missed one. I think most of the trees are gonna go. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, nope. No, you don't. Stop. I saw that. Alright, if I've done everything right, there should be 16 left. Okay, we're good. Alright, we can keep trying to tree jump, I guess. Alright, and these are the opposite now. The red-green is now on top. Prod modules through purple for beacons. Alright, congrats. You win the Degenerate of the Day award. Oops. All right. That's red and green. And then the remainder will keep going down to the next set of labs. And now comes the next one. Blue and gray is always in the middle, no matter if it's top or bottom, yeah. Maybe I should just go to straights here. It's so much easier than to fucking worry about preserving a couple trees, man. Especially because these aren't even going to be there later, because it's going to have to be belt driven and there's going to be no room here. We do have that nice jungle theme going on, though. Yeah, you lost your fucking power pole, too. So this one's gonna go. Oh, wait, no, first aid, I'm fucking forgetting. The first state will go down here. So those won't even be coming up that high. Yeah, you know what? Screw this shit. It's gonna be barely any trees anyway. Okay, and you... Well, the way I did it over here was, yeah, that's how I should do it. The ones that are crossing, should cut through. It's more undergrounds, but it's just cleaner overall. The ones that are crossing should cut through like that. Yeah, it's a lot more undergrounds, but it's just way cleaner. Tree farms are for pollution. It's for pollution control. I guess I am clicking 2,000 times. I said I wasn't going to do it. Here we are. In the land of clicks. Why not use trains? That's a much longer conversation. But long story short is trains aren't very good in the late game. They do not scale very well. Compared to other things. Okay, the bottom labs are hooked up. What did I just do? Oh yeah, it gets awkward here. Because of that, yeah, I have to do this shit. On that one. Now this is the red-green. How exactly did I do it there? I really should get all three belts crossed at the same time, shouldn't I? Because we know this one's coming with purple too, right? And then that has to cross that. Yeah. This is wait. What the fuck happened here? It's that. That's what I need to do. Yeah, now it's obvious. Oh, this is so much more annoying when you can't, like, when you, I can't, the packs aren't on the belts, you know, and I have to fucking, like, mentally visualize it. Why not change belts? What do you mean by change? Yeah, a full belt does count as one entity. You're correct. Okay, I don't think I screwed anything up yet. Yeah, I knew this shit was gonna take a while. Routing 96 belts to the labs, man. Okay, so we basically need you everywhere. And that's purple. Going through. Okay, there we go. What do you mean, why not exchange it? Did I put the hub in the... Yeah, it's in there. It's a separate thing. This one is the one that I did the shit. That's Vader's original. This is the one that I modified with this. The book should be up there. It happened. Missed one in the middle. Ah, I see it, yeah. Okay. Alright, now this side's easier. Well, kinda. This is gray coming here. I think we're good. Just put a second of your local newspaper. It's called Secolo. They are denouncing political pressure obtaining the money, and they're making names at extremely paper of the Genoa. They did it as our old school fascist prime minister tried to distance herself from the assholes we're currently linked. We currently have very... I mean... The thing with trying to remove the money is that the people who have the money have all the power. Like, hopefully, you know, some improvement comes of it. But generally, these kinds of efforts, like, fundamentally can't go anywhere. Because, you know... of what the... Because you're ultimately facing the system itself. We're a vassal state? Yeah, I know that. You're Italy. Yeah, I got Italy from, you know, just what you wrote already. Oops. But I mean, if there's like somewhere, you know, I like hopefully something good comes out of it. But the thing is, like, it's not just money in politics. That's the whole point of the system. Is to have it so, you know, like, it's not a bug. Like, it's not like, oh, we had a good system, but then it got corrupted by money in politics. The money in politics is the point. The system has been constructed around keeping that, you know... It's not merely a feature, it is the core feature. It is the core feature. So any direct challenge to that part of the system tends to, you know, either be just surface level or lip service or something like that, right? I mean, like, obviously I wish you guys luck and hopefully it goes better than that, but I'm just telling you how these things usually tend to wind up. Because, you know, of what they're ultimately up against is not just, you know... You can't just get the money out of politics. You have to remove the money from the people who have the power to buy politicians. Or have a government strong enough that they can, you know, keep them under control. But yeah. Again, good luck. Corrupted base layer that built the system? Yeah, that's one rough way to describe it. It's why, like, you know, even if you just take the US, right? Like, everybody's like, we need to get the money out of politics. We need to get the money out of politics. You know, everybody says that. Everybody fucking says that. Like, everybody in every country is like, oh yeah, we need to get the money out of politics. But, well, if it's so popular, if everybody wants the money out of politics... why does it never happen? Well, because any candidate that, you know, has, like basically nobody who is genuinely interested in doing that will ever be allowed to get close to the levers of power. Like, massive amounts of money will be thrown against them in order to... ensure their defeat. Or they'll just get straight up fucking murdered if, you know, it gets to that point. But yeah. I don't know too much about current Italian internal affairs. The Italians who didn't like a challenge, yeah. It has world-class universal health and it got run down? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the point. Like, everything eventually gets privatized, cannibalized. Because there's more money to be made in the private sector. There's more profit to be made, and everything is ultimately... You know, at the end of the day, it's about profit. And so neoliberalism ultimately just cannibalizes the... You know... the public sector bit by bit. It just keeps chopping off pieces of the octopus until eventually there's, you know, nothing left but the head. And that's essentially where we are in the US right now. Is they've already kind of, you know, defunded just about everything they could, and now they're like, you know, they were like trying to defund, you know, critical government processes. Because they've already done everything else that they could. If you ever, if you want some like good reading on this, if you want like some actual good like proper reading on this, you should read the book "Shock Doctrine" by Naomi Klein. It's basically heavily about how the Western policies that were implemented in former Soviet Union countries after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And it describes, like, the process and, you know, what ultimately they're trying to do. Is take all these working, you know, functional industries and institutions and sell them off to private interests so that they can be milked for all they're worth and then run into the ground and then sold off. Like, that is the point. But it's essentially the same philosophy, the same shit that's going on. You know, not just in Italy, but yeah. But that's some good reading. If you're not familiar with the whole, you know, with the whole method. Did I screw something up? Okay, no, we're good. Wait, I did screw something up. Fundamentally, the people who get into psychopaths? I mean, there's a bit of truth to that. You know, you sort of do have to be a bit of a sociopath in order to, like, be put in charge of, like, all the public stuff and, you know, not serve the public, right? But, yeah. The Italian system was the second best after Japan? I don't know, the whole fucking, like, you know, yardstick measuring of who has the best healthcare system is such a weird metric. Like, it was jingoism that's still used in the U.S. to this day. Or it was like, oh yeah, we may have expensive healthcare, but we have the best healthcare in the world. According to who? Like, what determines who has the best healthcare? Like, the best cancer treatments? The lowest price of, like, you know, prescription medicines? Like, it's such a weird statement. It's such an arbitrary metric, right? There's so many things that you're talking about when you're talking about, you know, healthcare. In terms of, you know, no, something screwed up. Oh, no, it's just this one. Oops. Alright, that should be 8. And this should be 8. Okay, we're good. But yeah, I'm guessing what, like, when you say a major referendum, are you talking like a constitutional kind of thing or something? I love her works, her literal works. Yeah, yeah, she's a good source on that kind of stuff. The octopus quote I just used was actually hers. The analogy where it's like, you know, like she actually used it when talking about the Bush administration and the Iraq War, you know, following 9/11 and all that. About how, like, you know, they were just chopping off functional pieces of the government and trying to privatize, auction them off, you know, just squeeze every last little dollar out of the public institutions. And they've cut off all the arms of the octopus. And all that's left is the head. You know, all that's left is you know, the government is already, like, essentially as small as it can be, and they're trying to keep cutting it off even more. And when I say as small as it can be, you know, obviously excluding, like, you know, stuff like the military, obviously, because that directly is, you know, linked to American imperialism, but that's a whole other conversation. Germany, intergenerational funding of retirement is hollowed out. Oh yeah, it's the same thing here. And the U.S. I'm not expecting anything from the government when I get old. Like there's going to be, you know, all the safety nets are going to be completely annihilated by that point. Alright, so the bottom one is the... Well, here it's the top one. Yeah, here it's the top is the purple. Here, let me run you a little bit higher. It does impact the balance of power, but, like, who stands to benefit, though? Like, if the balance of power is going to shift, then who is going to get into power? Because right now it just kind of seems like, you know, Europe is in a competition of who can just, you know, dive the deepest into fascism first. Highly relevant song right now, by the way. Highly fucking relevant song. What a fucking... I couldn't have timed that better. I couldn't have timed that better if I could. I'm going to crank it up, and you guys are going to enjoy this one. I love this song. I'm starting it over again. And I'm going to shut up. And we're just going to enjoy this song. If you're not familiar with it, it's honestly one of the... Yeah. She just smiled and held my hands. What the fuck? Where did you come from? Oh. The spawners I have are spoiling. Oh, I got... Whoops. Great song. It's a shame the band didn't do really any others like it. But yeah, and then genre fucking whiplash right there, dancing fucking queen. You're referring to the end goal of strangling the beast that's been a long-term ambition for the ultra-conservative? It's not really like... Yeah, I mean, yes and no, kind of. You know, the goal is to have a government that ultimately either serves the interests of a ruling class or have, you know, virtually no government at all. Right? And just be ruled directly by those people, more or less. But yeah, I mean, so yeah, I would guess say yeah. I would say it's more yes than no. But it's more than just a, like, you know, an ultra conservative thing. Like it's bigger than that. Alright, let me catch up what the stuff that I missed while the song was playing. There's a William Shatner's version of the song. Yeah, I've heard it, and it's fucking awful. It's absolutely awful. And you're better off not having heard it. Watching Rosa climb walls of Evans to Love in the Time of Cholera. I haven't read that book. Haven't heard of it, actually. But it might be. This song is perfect for an extended time lapse. Yeah. It's like it's you know, there's not a lot of like super class conscious songs out there, and that's definitely one of them. So that's why I just kind of let it play and just shut up for a minute. I was like, you know, if you haven't heard this song, you ought to listen to it. That's what I was saying. I'm disappointed the band doesn't really have much else like that. Despite the album name. The album title was literally called Different Class. But it's such a raw song. Could you imagine what a country would look like without a government? Complete anarchy? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, no government doesn't ever really work. You know? Like, society requires structure, requires organization. You know, there's always going to be some form of government. It's like... Anarchy isn't ever really a thing. It's just sort of... You know... It's like a transitional stage people go through when they're disillusioned with the current system, but they're still learning about how things, you know, ultimately function. Is that it? Holy fuck, are we done? Are we finally done? I guess I can have that one cut through just so it looks cleaner. Company towns? Yeah. Yeah. Company towns, just, you know, ruled by the corporation directly, basically. Living in Europe, you listen to a politician was a Christian cross is considered a big scandal, as politicians should have nothing to do with religion. In what country? I think that really depends on which country. Complete anarchy works when the community is small? Yeah. When the community is like 5 people, sure. But I don't know. I still wouldn't even call it anarchy. Like, you know, leaders naturally emerge. Alright, that's 8 belts, so that's good. That means I reasonably did not fuck it up. Better ABBA song would have been Money, 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 yeah. Anarchy isn't a problem, the only problem. I mean, the thing is, like, you just wind it with problems, like, very quickly. You know, anytime you try to, like, have, like, a no fucking formal centralized government. Okay, so you're trying to have, like, a relatively anarchic system. Like, how do you deal with fires, right? Is everybody supposed to, like, have their own fire department, their own personal fire department? Or are they going to pool their money and, like, actually, like, get big, proper firefighting equipment, right? Like, and, like, actual trucks. Okay, so in order to structure that, you need an organizing, you know, governmental institution. It's the same thing with, like, police and stuff, you know. Someone decides to go on a murdering spree, how are you going to handle that? How are you going to investigate it, etc., etc.? Like, how did it go again? The human being desires judgment. Without judgment, the cohesion of groups is impossible, and so is civilization. I'm paraphrasing a little bit. Who knows what that quote is from? Who here knows what I'm quoting there? Okay, we might be ready to activate things. Maybe. I don't think this is going to work. I think I'm going to have to route these into whichever belts need it. But I can't easily tell which ones need it. Plato's Republic? No. I mean, I don't think so. Unless the thing I'm thinking of was quoting Plato's Republic. Which is possible. Fire departments only work for payment on the spot is one of history's great hustles? Yeah. Yeah, pay us right now or we let your house burn down. What are we working on? I'm hooking up all my belts to my labs, and I think I just finished. Was just going over it and making sure I don't see anything clearly that clearly looks wrong. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't find the anarchy conversation to be that interesting. I mean, like, it just, you know, it just doesn't, as I said, it just doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist. Like, the best you get is, like, an attempt to reboot the current system without actually changing the material conditions that led to the current system being what it is to begin with. Right? You're just kind of, like, trying to hit the reset button and play the same game. But without really disrupting, you know, the structure itself. The structure of society is more than just the shape the government takes. Wasn't a Mark Antony's gig in ancient Rome? I don't know. I was quoting Deus Ex with that civilization quote, but yeah, it was the Morpheus speech. I feel like people say they subscribe to anarchy or communism, subscribing to an ideal. It's the same thing as not realistically. They're subscribing to an ideal, so saying something is not realistically possible is not the point. I mean, the point is to change things, though. The point is to change things. You know, history, studying history lets us understand the world. You study history to understand the world, but the point is to change it. The point is to change things for the better. The point is to look at the systems we currently have and improve them. Like, you know, that's the point. I'm a Ligurian communist? I have no idea what Ligurian is. I've never heard of that. And I'm fairly well literate when it comes to, you know, the difference between actual, like, left ideologies. I've never heard of a Ligurianism. Ligurian. These dumb fuck kids will live in a great world. I mean, like, okay. As I said, this is what I need to restate or reiterate what I said about anarchy because, you know, as I said, it's a transitional state. Like, people who say they're anarchists, they're in like a transitional state, right? Like, they see the problems with the current system, but they think every alternative to the current system is just as bad or worse. So they just kind of reflexively go, how about no system at all? But it's a transitional state. When I say it's a transitional state, I mean people who identify as that kind of thing always inevitably go in one of two paths. They either further move away from the current system and, like, advocate for other systems, or they fall back into supporting the current system and just trying to reform it. It's not something people, like, can stick with while still being, intellectually, analytical about how things actually function, right? Again, like, it just comes back to the, like, how do you deal with the fire department? How do you deal with the police department, et cetera, et cetera? Like, you just wind up kind of recreating the exact same societal mechanisms. Another good song. Well, that's the thing. That's my point, though. Like, joystick, you can't drive toward it. You can't drive to it. There's never been, like, an anarchist revolution in the history of humanity. In order to have a revolution, you have to organize, you have to have leaders, you have to have structure, and then suddenly you're not really, anarchists anymore, right? You formed, like, a new system, essentially, right? So, yeah. But yeah, like, I mean, as I said, like, I don't find the anarchy, I don't know why we're spending this much time talking about it, because I don't know how we got started on it. Because, as I said, like, I don't find it to be a particularly, it's a dead-end conversation in terms of, analysis, right? It's just kind of, you just throw your hands up in the air and say, what about this? Kind of thing, without thinking about how things actually function and the upsides and downsides thereof. Rage is an all-timer, yeah. I think "Sleep Now in the Fire" is one of the best political songs ever written. Actually, I would go as far as to say I think it's the best political song ever written. It's fucking layered with so many references that will, like, go completely over your head if you're, like, when you first hear the band when you're, like, 17, right? Battle of Los Angeles, you're like, oh, this is a banger, yeah. And then when you're, like, twice as old and you actually understand all the references they're making, you're like, holy shit, they were way ahead of their time. Or really, the way I like to say it is they weren't ahead of their time. The rest of us were just behind. I don't know how you can put Israel's system and China's system in the same sentence. They're literally complete opposites. Those two countries could not be more opposite. Yeah. I mean that's what got people into them to begin with. Like, I mean, I liked Rage when I was, like, 17. I didn't know, like, I knew the basics of what they were talking about, but I didn't really understand what they were talking about the way I do now. The only thing you listen to, I didn't peg you as being, like, a hardcore Rage enjoyer. Well, it's good to hear. I don't identify as anything ist. Here's the thing with a statement like that, Balinor. It doesn't matter if you identify as anything ist, you are some kind of ist. And the kind of ist that you are is determined by what your beliefs actually are. Like, if you spit out, like, what all you believe and how you think, like, society should be changed going forward, I will go ahead and tell you exactly what is, you are. Like, it doesn't matter what you identify as, like, right? Like, if you identify as X, but all your political positions are Y, then you are, by definition, Y, not X. You don't get to choose what ism or ist you are a part of. You decide your beliefs and your perspectives, and those determine where you fall. Well, your point was about Iceland, which I didn't react to. Yeah, I missed it, I think. I'll scroll up a little bit. Didn't Iceland have a stable anarchic for hundreds of years? I mean, like, don't confuse anarchism with, like, tribalism and feudalism. Like essentially what you would call, like, early anarchism, like, immediately fucking turns into tribalism. Like in an instant, right? Like, tribalism is the basic small unit when cities are small. No, not even cities. We don't even have cities. When you essentially just have families that are, like, banding together so that they can share common resources and common labor and, stuff like that. Like, I would even go as far to say that, like, an anarchic society is inherently an oxymoron. Like, if it's a society, it's obviously already progressed to the the tribalism stage. But yeah. You always like these conversations? Well, you started this one. You lit the match on this one. But yeah. Good timing for it, I guess. Since I'm just focusing on belts. I think I'm about to hook everything up. I've gone over everything, like, in full. I think we save the game, hook everything up, and make sure everything is routed where it needs to go. And we'll keep an eye on the pollution. And if it starts to get too high, we immediately put the brakes on. Anarchism is the root cause of tribalism. It's not the root cause. Society progresses in stages. These stages are... the next stage happens when the material conditions, the reality of the previous stage reaches a certain point, right? Like when you get enough families together, you start forming tribes. You have tribalism. Once you have, the tribes get larger. They develop. It's still a very familial structure, but it tends to condense. Like under one family leading it. You lead into feudalism. Right, where you have feudal lords that kind of, like, own everything and everybody works for them. And then as these get bigger, it transitions into monarchy and so on. And society keeps growing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you have these kings, et cetera, that are warring with one another for land and riches, et cetera, et cetera. And then eventually, as the means of production develop, and you have things like the Industrial Revolution, and more of the wealth gets concentrated into private hands. You get, like, that eventually transitions into what we now, know as capitalism. Post-industrial revolution capitalism. And it's important to understand these aren't arbitrary. Like, the material conditions of one stage directly lead to the advancement to the next stage, right? It's like tier 1 leads to tier 2, leads to tier 3. It's kind of hard to skip tiers. The Soviets tried to do that. Does nobody here understand what you're starting? I mean, I think you're using that word. I mean, I don't have a problem with that word, but, like, you're using it a bit liberally. I mean, I don't think anybody in chat is, like, just going like, anarchism is the only way to go, it must be anarchism. I haven't seen anyone say that. So it feels like you're fighting a straw man here a little bit. I think we're relatively on the same page. What do you mean the Soviets tried to do that? They tried to skip capitalism. They tried to jump essentially from what was feudalism, under the Tsar, straight to socialism. They literally tried to skip the capitalism development stage of society. Isn't tribalism a description of how groups on the act in society? I'm talking about tribalism as a fundamental. I'm not talking about it as a behavioral description. I'm talking about it as a societal organization. I'm talking about it as an ism, the same way you would talk about monarchy or monarchism or feudalism or anything like that. That's an interesting way to look at it. I mean, it's not a perspective. There's things that are perspectives and things that are just facts. That's just a straight up fact. They tried to skip it. But what is after capitalism? Well, that's the interesting question, isn't it? That's the real question, isn't it? What does capitalism transition to? When the contradictions of capitalism sharpen, where do we wind up from there? When capitalism is followed quickly with corruption, see that's like part of the problem. Like capitalism, the corruption part you're saying is an integral part of the system. It's what we were talking about like 20 minutes ago when I was saying that like you can't just vote the money out of the system because the people that have the money control the system and won't let you vote the money out of the system. The people with capital control the goddamn system. They won't let you vote their money away. They won't let you vote their power away. Taking the money out of politics is probably by far the single most popular political position in not just the U.S., but I would say the entire Western Hemisphere. Just talk to anyone of any country, of any political situation, you would say, do you want to get the money out of politics? And they would be like, yeah, fuck yeah. So, but I thought all these countries were democracies. Aren't all these Western countries like, America, England, Germany, France, Italy, like Poland, like aren't these countries all supposed to be democracies? If it's the democratic will of the people to remove the money from politics, how come not a single fucking country is capable of doing it? Not even one. It's the most popular thing. It's the democratic will of the people. In order to understand why that can't happen, you need to look at the system more closely and how things actually function. You can do it. How though? Like, I mean, as I said, like you can't. What, you're gonna vote somebody into office? Like that's just never gonna happen. Like we've been talking about this, as Americans, we've been talking about this my whole life. I've been hearing like literally since I was in grade school, we need to get the money out of politics. And it's just yeah. Okay, I'm gonna give it a save here. And we're gonna hook everything up and make sure it's functional. So we can watch the science flow while we talk. And hopefully it should be good. Here, let me split the save, actually. When I talk down to people, I wasn't aware I was talking down to anybody. Corruption is a feature of all systems overbuilt? Yeah, I mean, how systems tackle corruption, though, is what matters. But yeah, like, any system can be corrupted, but the question is, can the system actually handle and tackle corruption? Can the system address corruption in any capacity? Does the system provide opportunity for corruption? In order for there to be corruption, there needs to be individuals who have enough surplus cash that they can buy politicians, right? Like that level of concentration of wealth must occur, right? If everybody has enough money to like say buy a house and a car and pay for everything they need, but no money to buy politicians, there can't be corruption if nobody has money to buy politicians. Just using like very theoretical example to illustrate my point. As I said, you have to look at the material causes. And the material, I mean the real, you know, substantial causes of what leads to these kinds of things. Australia is fully preferential voting, meaning you can't possibly waste your vote on the money. Yeah, I mean, ranked choice voting is something that's definitely a big improvement. But as I said, like, not a single Western country has really been able to get the money out of politics. Same for any discussion on wealth redistribution. The wealth controls the system. Yeah, exactly. The wealth controls the system, and they will not allow their power or their wealth to be taken away, and they will, you know, use that power and their wealth to protect that power and that wealth. Cryo, thanks for the resub, man. How you been? Haven't seen you in a while. What have you been up to? I think you have a VIP badge now, too. I'm not sure if you were aware. Yeah, the issues are systemic. Like, this is like, I think, a big thing that a lot of people get wrong, is they think that the system is broken and needs to be fixed. They're like, oh, you know, or we have a good system, but it's broken and it needs to be fixed. And that is not what's going on. You know, the system is not broken. The system is working exactly as intended. The system is doing exactly what it was designed to do to begin with. Or shaped to do, I should say. Alright, let's red, green, blue. Where's purple? Let's see if we can get mining prod going at a good rate here. You can only resave money from people. Yeah. I mean that would be a big help, but it's still a band-aid at the end of the day, because, you know, that's just covering it legally, right? And you'd be like, okay, so money still goes illegally, but then, like, you know, it has to be that has to be addressed, you know, right, at some point. The left belt is not connected. Are you misaligned? You're fucking misaligned. You're misaligned by one tile. The entire bottom thing needs to go left by one tile. Ugh, let me just load back rather than waiting for the fucking thing. Alright, I'll play your song after the current one. Okay, where was the misalignment? Where am I? Okay, there was an underground missing. Here. And you are misaligned, but you need to shift one tile over. Alright, let me do that song request real quick. I can't get no... Oh, this is the song you were talking about earlier. I'm already vibing to this. Oh, it's a real slow one. Seriously. The elites are fucking the Joe Smith person? Yeah, of course they are. Like, I mean, I think you're going to be hard pressed to find a person that disagrees with that. But, I mean, it's important to understand that the entire system has been set up in a way to prevent Joe Smith from, you know, exerting any power over those people. Like, you were talking a bit about making so you can only get donations as politicians from private individuals. But yeah, that's why Citizens United was like such a bad milestone in the United States. Like, Citizens United basically opened the floodgates for full-on, you know, absolute maximum level legalized corruption. Like, we already had essentially like fully legalized corruption via lobbying and etc. But Citizens United like completely fucking like, you know, just took the mask off and just said, okay, we're not even gonna pretend anymore. Like, you know, money is now free. Money is now speech. Is basically was what the ruling was. Money is speech now. So the more money you have, the more speech you're entitled to. The louder you're allowed to be. The louder your voice should be. You know, that was the ruling in a nutshell. Rarely working a lot, nothing interesting. Hey, you're pink now. You were always blue. I remember that. Cryo was always blue. Another one was saying is that anyone can patch the system out, and any mistakes of the proposed solution leads to a better system. I mean, I'm not sure like what that's a. I'm not sure like what you're trying to say there. Like what you're saying, like the system is broken and we just can't fix it. So you're just throwing your hands up in the air and saying like we can't do better. So I think a lot of people would disagree with that. Sorry, I'm a little behind on chat. Let me try to catch up real fast. We need a media system that only says the truth with no bias. How do you decide that, though? How do you decide that? Everything has bias. Some things can be biased and still be telling the truth, you know. But, like, who decides what the truth is? Because, trust me, like, one of the biggest fucking things that gets people into heated debates these days is arguing about what the truth actually is. People can't agree what the truth actually is. How do you decide what the truth is? Who gets to decide what the truth is? Who are the arbiters of truth? How do you even begin, you know, with that? Radioactive mushroom will equalize everyone. Yeah, we'll all be cockroaches together. What happened here? We somehow wound up with a... Here, let me give him a generic chest. It's a separate network anyway. Facts do have a naturally left-leaning? I mean, yeah, well... I like to avoid statements like that because people, you know, people just twist them to fit whatever, you know, fits their agenda, right? You know, people who are on the right will say facts will have a naturally leaning right-leaning bias, etc., etc. So I tend to avoid kind of like ambiguous statements like that that don't really say anything. I prefer to try to stick to the facts themselves whenever possible. But I understand your sentiment. Technocrats and units of most educated and experience? What do you mean by technocrats? Silicon Valley code bros? Those are the people that should decide what the truth is? The people brown-nosing Elon Musk should decide what the truth is? Like, yeah, I mean, like... The thing is, at the end of the day, you need to be able to figure out what the truth is on your own. And I can't stress this enough. You can't figure out what the truth is unless you have some grounding. Like, you need to study history in order to understand what the truth is. You need to study historical records and understand, like, what actually happened. You can't understand where you're going unless you understand the past. Like, I never used to be a big history person when I was younger, but, you know, as you get older, you realize just how ridiculously important it all is. You know, there's the phrase, like, you know, those who don't understand history who are doomed to repeat it. And people think that doesn't apply to them. People think that, like, oh yeah, those who don't understand history, that's not me. I'm not doomed to repeat everything. And then they're literally just going through the exact same motions that another group went through, like, you know, 80 fucking years ago. Down to the point that their actions are straight up fucking predictable, right? So, yeah. Like, you need to be anchored somehow, and if you have no anchoring, then you can't ever really ground yourself. Because you'll always just be floating on whatever truth, you know, whatever perspective is yelled at you the loudest, right? Something like that. Figuring out truth in the current day and age? Oh yeah, no, yeah, it's harder nowadays than ever before. You would think, like, you know, with all the world's information at our fingertips, it would be easier than ever before, but no, it's the opposite. There's so much misinformation, there's so much propaganda, there's so much bias and everything. There's so many agendas being pushed by people who have massive amounts of wealth and who have voices that are massively amplified to the point where it's the only thing you hear. You find yourself into an echo chamber without even realizing you're in one. And you don't realize you're in one until you get out of it, but you don't get out of it because you don't even know you're in one to begin with. That's what I'm saying, is you have to start with the verifiable. You have to start at the ground level. There are some belts inside with the white? Oh no. Where? Wait, where? Congress, the House, make the forthcoming government? The government is just a tool. The government is just a tool wielded by those in power. You know, like, I've used the hammer analogy before, but it bears repeating. You know, the government is just a hammer. You can use a hammer to build a house. You can use a hammer to bash someone's brain in. The government is just another tool, like a hammer is. Like, what matters about the government is the structure of the system and who's ultimately in charge. It's those two things that combine to determine the actions of the government. Like, government can be good, government can be bad, government can be huge, government can be small, government can be all kinds of fucking things. You know, government can be oppressive, government can be, like, the greatest, you know, beneficial thing ever. Like, it can be anything. It just depends on the structure of the system and who ultimately rules the system. Where's the white science? Who said it? Dylan? Unconnected ones. I thought I got it all. Oh shit, you're right, there is a little bit. How does that still there? I thought I got them all. Hopefully that's the only one. This one down here too. There's probably just one missing power or something. Is it just those two, or did you say anything else? If our Constitution writers were allowed to, they'd all be hanged in front of one? What do you mean by our Constitution writers? Our Constitution writers were a bunch of racist fucking, slave owners who thought that, women shouldn't have any say in government. They thought people, of different skin color who shouldn't have any say in government. And they thought even if you're white, if you don't own land, you don't have any say in government. Like, the original founding fathers, essentially implemented a racist aristocracy. That was their vision. So yeah, I'm definitely not down with the founding father, thing. Like, they didn't even think that the right to speech, the right to free speech, was important enough to put in the Constitution. It was the First Amendment, at least, but it wasn't in the original document. Remember that. Look at literature. Governments of central literature ultimately views the side of things that we can show. There's no right answer ever. I don't like statements like that, saying like, oh, there is no right answer. It just feels dismissive, right? Like, I don't like statements where it's like, oh, it just feels like you're just saying like, oh, yeah, we can't know what the solution is, or there is no right answer, or, both sides are bad, or just kind of like these thought-terminating cliches, which just serve to act as a dismissal and don't further any analysis or depth of the discussion. There are different opinions and different ideas on how to proceed. Whether or not those methods are successful depends on how they fare in reality when they are implemented, or tried to be implemented. It's like going back to the money and politics thing. The reason I'm so critical of it is, as I said, no one's even been able to get close to implementing it because the people in power, those who actually control the levers of power, are against that more than literally anything else in the world. And they will not let you disrupt that power, peacefully. I need to fucking do this faster. We're kind of like waiting on this one. Well, kind of. I can get the I can get the mining prod going. They break their own laws and there's no response? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, I mean, that's exactly my point. There's nobody to enforce it. There's nobody to enforce it. Like, it's like, take the whole Epstein thing, for example. Like, people keep thinking, like, oh, there's going to be another document that comes out, another video, or some other bit of evidence on top of the mountains of evidence we already have. And that new piece of evidence is going to be so damning that the levers of, the gears of justice will suddenly, creak to life. The rust will fall off of them, and the system will do what it's meant to do. No, everyone who can enforce those, that level of power is complicit at this point. As I said, it comes down to who actually controls things. Have I read The Last Ring Bearer or something in the opposition of Lord of the Rings? No, I haven't. I think I've heard of that before, but I haven't read it. You can't differentiate the difference between a good law and bad a person. So you're essentially saying a bad person can't create a good law? What, with the founding fathers? I'm saying I don't really agree with the founding father worship because, fucking they, like, arguably they had almost more bad ideas than good. Like, I mean, you know, a person who has a flawed perspective, yeah, I can still do some good actions, but like again, like I feel like this is a very nebulous argument. Like you were just saying the founding fathers would have hanged the current people. It's like, well, we don't know that, and it's kind of a discussion. It's a discussion that doesn't really go anywhere, right? You can't like, yeah, it doesn't really go anywhere. It's like, okay, they might have, and so what? Ran out 2 seconds after I changed it to inserters. Yeah, okay, nice. I can take that down now. Just killed the feared in PoE. Very nice. Congratulations. You are now the feared one. They had good ideas. They had bad things. I mean, okay, like, all right, I can agree with that. They had some good ideas. They had some bad ideas. Okay, but I don't see how that like honestly relates to anything we were talking about. Like, it was you just making a offhand comment saying that like, oh, they would have hung these people. Yeah, maybe, but they're not here. They're gone, for better or for worse. Okay, should we try hooking it up again? I would like to hook it up again. Yeah, they were, Cryo, they were. Yeah, I'm gonna say for sure. This is one of those cases where it's like if we have to redo something, taking down a fully saturated blueprint is a nightmare. Do main save and the fork save. They had slave just trying to out the ideas. I mean, I think that's a pretty big flaw, but that's just me. I mean, like, okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. What ideas did they have? You know, aside from what? Like, separation of government 3 branches? You have to understand, the system they created was created to benefit rich, white, male slave owners. Fuck women, fuck people of color, fuck people who don't own land. I think that last part really needs to be hammered home. You know, it went beyond just, you know, racism and misogyny. It was literally, if you don't own land, you're not allowed to have a say. Well, I mean, feel free to give an example of what you think some of the better ones were, but again, like I don't see how this relates to what we were talking about to begin with, which was, I mean, maybe it does. I'm waiting for the connection here. I'm waiting for the connection to see how this relates to the current systems and the flaws with them and the problems we are dealing with, not merely as individuals of nations, but as members of humanity that are facing, you know, problems that are much larger than our individual nations. But I was trying to make that misinformation of needing is impossible. Yeah, I mean, as I said, the problem is like who determines it? Who determines what the truth is? People who edit fucking Wikipedia? Like, I mean, come on, like, who actually you can't ever like arbitrate like that very effectively. Pollution cloud? I remember keeping an eye on it. You can already see that one. I mean, I might just let it run, and then tomorrow we load back to the save I just did, and then do the trees first, you know. But, like, let's, like, let it run and make sure that everything is good. But yeah, tomorrow is a big fucking tree day. Gotta get the bots off the trees. You guys want to watch the blue science flow or the red and green? I saw that dark line and I was like, what is that? Why is there like a... Oh, it's the shadow. It's the power pole shadow. I'm like, what is that dark line across my belt? It's literally the fucking power pole shadow, man. Yeah, I saved. The BP of the tree stuff? No, the tree stuff is like eBuck's original circuit that I modified to work with bots. But we're going back to belts, so... Why is that one like a different color? What? Like, what? What is going on? Why is that like... There's like a block up there. My game is losing it, apparently. Oh, is Robocop? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's I think it's a coverage thing, yeah. It's just like one square. Why it's fucking like that color though is weird though. I don't know. Fucking Bermuda Triangle chunk over here. Okay, we're already having a problem with green. It might be an ore issue. Red looks good. It's not a power issue now. No inserters. No iron. Iron is low. Okay, so we need to boost that iron. Oh, it's missing some modules, too. Yeah, okay, so that's the thing. Some shit's missing modules. But we should replace that with the piano version. Maybe the Concert of Nations has run its course as well, but kind of so we get past it. I mean... I mean, even modern days, things are way more interconnected than people realize. Like, you can't, like, turn off international trade once it begins. You know, it's just the advancement of specialization of labor, division of labor, right, on a tribal perspective. You know, you form a tribe, you know, one person focuses on making the bows, a few other people focus on, you know, making food, another person focuses on making spears, some other people focus on making you know, on hunting, etc., and other people focus on making clothes. It's specialization of labor, just applied on a civilizational scale. You know, some countries, if a country's really good at making tomatoes, if their climate is really good for making tomatoes, it makes sense for them to focus on making tomatoes, export a lot of tomatoes, and import things that, you know, they don't make as easily. Yeah, I don't even know what that's in reference to, Joystick. I think that's a weird way to talk about things. But yeah, like the sampling you'll get on Twitch, yeah, you will get some, people who are uninformed. You will get people who are very informed. Like, yeah, it is kind of the same. It's just sampling people on the street. Just because people have platforms, and this doesn't apply, this is more than just Twitch. This applies to any platform. Just because someone has a platform doesn't mean they, know what they're talking about. But there are people with platforms that do know what they're talking about. And how you figure out whether people know what they're talking about, again, that's what critical thinking is all about. You would probably need a single relative of similar culture? I don't think that's true at all. Like, there are some very multicultural nations. People don't realize, like, especially people who come from, like, smaller nations, like, especially some Western European nations, where it's, like, it's relatively homogeneous culture. People don't understand how different the cultures are in some countries, and how many different cultures they are. Especially in countries which, like, don't have a record of persecuting ethnic minorities, But there are definitely very, there are definitely multicultural countries out there. I think Iran might be disagreeing with this and will turn off global trade. Yeah, see, they've got their little geopolitical choke point, and, yeah. They're flexing it. Are there enough pumps for the molten iron? Was it being pumped? Maybe, yeah. Yeah, we need to, like, just debug it little by little. I want to fucking look at the purple, though. I want to... This is the part. One, these aren't flowing. Yeah, that's the part we need to fix. Okay, one thing at a time. I mean, I'm not even gonna talk about Asmongold. That guy's further to the right of fucking like I don't even know, like, I don't know how familiar you guys are with the shit he's been saying lately. Like, I don't follow him at all. But, like, some other people I follow do occasionally cover the shit he's saying. He is gone. That dude is gone. Like, the fact he gets as many viewers as he does is actually kind of scary. Because that dude is, like, absolutely fucking gone. It's not capped out right now, but it's compressed again, though. I need to load back and see. But one thing at a time. But yeah, I mean, like, I do agree with, like, the statement where you said, like, just because you have a platform doesn't mean, you know what you're talking about. There are plenty of people on Twitch who have no fucking idea what they're talking about. There's people on Twitch who do know what they're talking about, and it's up to you to figure out, which ones know what they're talking about and which ones don't. I'm not going to just give you a list of who I think, knows what they're talking about, because you're going to be like, that's your bias, etc., etc. He is farming completely on the farm? Yeah, something like that. He sucks at WoW too? Yeah, I heard that he apparently tried to play Elden Ring and, like, just got his ass kicked. He was, like, really bad at it, and, like, yeah, I don't know. And then, like, turned to the whole political thing. Forced homogenization? Nobody is saying anything about forced homogenization. That just sounds like, that honestly just sounds like reactionary fear-mongering. Like, the only movements in societies that have really tried to forcibly homogenize society have been fascist movements. Right? Like the actual genuine fascist movements that seek to just get rid of anybody not part of, what they perceive to be the dominant culture. But fascism is a much more complicated thing than that. It's much more than merely persecuting people who aren't part of the ethnic majority. It's more complicated than that. People who don't know their stuff act as if they were gods. I mean, everybody does that. It's not just people of platforms. Everybody fucking does that. Everyone does that. When it comes to things like science or biology, people don't do that. If someone's talking about astrophysics, if the conversation's about like astrophysics and someone doesn't know a lot about astrophysics, they'll say, "Oh, I don't know a lot about this." If you're talking about like cellular biology or like, electrical engineering, people who don't know about it will say, "Oh, I don't know a lot about that." But it comes to fucking politics? Oh, fucking boy. People who haven't studied any history, any political theory, they know nothing. They know nothing about anything. They think that, their opinion is just as valid as everyone else's. It's like, no, unless you actually study this shit, your opinion is about as valid as, someone speaking about astrophysics who doesn't even know what the fucking nucleosynthesis, even knows what the nucleosynthesis means, right? Like, you just don't know shit. But people, yeah. Okay, so I need to figure out. This is what I need to figure out. I need to figure out which 8 connections are the ones that are flowing through, and then hook those up. I'm wondering if I just want to clean up the mixer. Like, I mean, someone said earlier about like making the whole thing full diagonal, and now that I've like seen it, I like I can't fucking unsee it, and now I kind of want to try to change it. When are we going to see a new game on stream? A month or so? I don't know. Depends on how long I spend optimizing this shit. Didn't I have it down somewhere? There can't be that many box-shaped things in this sandbox. I must have removed it. Whatever. Oh, fuck. But yeah, a balancer is not going to help us here. I need to route the belts to the ones that are currently being drained and ignore the other outputs, or inputs, I mean, and hook those up later. Okay. The less you know, the less you're aware of what you don't know? Yes, that's very true. The more you know, the more you're aware of what you don't know. That is a very true statement. Let me just remove these for a second. That's why you're trying to comment one-sided stuff? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, when I speak on things, like, I make a very, very conscious effort to not speak off the cuff. Like, if I'm trying to talk about something, I try to make sure that, I've done my research and I'm at least, like, somewhat informed. And if I don't know, if I'm not very confident in my knowledge on something, I will say something. Like earlier I said, I don't know that much about, Italian internal domestic politics when we were talking about that, and that's the truth. I don't know a huge amount about it. I sort of tend to focus on the bigger scale, the larger scale stuff. And I guess if I have a specialty, like, I tend to focus very heavily on debunking American propaganda. Oh, I know why! It's because of these. You can't have it right up against the edge. It can't be right up against the edge because of these. Like if it was right up against the edge, then I can't do this, right? There's nowhere to put the undergrounds. Yeah. Yeah, so it has to be like this. One of them has to be offset. There's no way around it. Okay, well, it was a fun little experiment. Didn't the U.S. intentionally move people across their country in order to break down national divisions? I think there were some at the start of the founding of the Soviet Union. The actual reasons, from what I'm aware of, were a bit more complicated than that. But, like the Crimean shit, the Crimean Tatars and all that. But, it was stopped, like, relatively quickly. I think, like, within like 5 or so years, 5, 10, I can't remember. But you have to remember, at the time of the Soviet Union's founding, like, there was this whole mentality in Europe where every group kind of must have had their own, like, little state kind of thing. So that was kind of the idea that permeated that. But they then realized, it was bad for national cohesion. Joystick, thanks for the resub, man. Appreciate it. F1 race highlights up your priorities. The outloaders are outloading? What, here? Oh, you mean these? Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't matter, though. Because I just wanted to say, because someone mentioned earlier, why isn't your thing, like, diagonal? Why is it, like, offset? And I got to thinking, like, wait, why wasn't it? There was a reason, I just couldn't remember it. But yeah, now we know the reason is because, yeah, we can't do this here. So they can't be up against the edge. The only one that can be up against the edge is the one that's closest. Yeah, nobody wants to be forcibly moved, exactly. Not enough people are confident in saying, I'm not sure, I don't know, before being discredited. Oh, I absolutely agree with that. Like, if you talk to someone and, like, they just never say, I don't know anything, then you're talking to someone who, like, doesn't really know a lot of, you're probably talking to someone who doesn't know a lot. Or is very confident in their, biases. Input balancer would work. Input balancer? What do you mean input balancer? No, we're fine. We know what we need to do. Let's just do it. This is like literally the one last thing we need to do to get the 4 million SPM mining prod running today. Okay, so I don't know whether it was a pump thing here. I'm gonna go ahead and replace this with Piano's build, because that should be higher output. You gotta be fucking kidding me right now. Ugh. My bot network isn't even close. It's here. How much floor do they take? A lot, yeah. They take a lot. I actually need to adjust this area so it's more expandable. Maybe try to get beacons in the middle as well. But yeah, it sucks down a lot of fluoro. Holy, how much calcite was in there? You gotta be kidding me again. I should have some steel chests. Yeah, there we go. Where is it? Dude, I'm so glad he has the calcite belt at least running through. Oh yeah, the center beacon thing. Find roughly the center. Wrong to-do. I have 2 different to-do folders. Grew up in Uzbekistan is partly ethnically Korean due to those policies, yeah. Oh yeah, no, there were definitely some flawed policies, for sure. But at least they eventually realized their mistake. But yeah. And the reason I didn't make the fluorocatone independent of its own build, it is independent. It is independent. This is the floor. All the fluoro in the base comes from this one fucking pump right here, which is outputting at like 600 per second. You might actually need a beacon at some point. Yeah, then we cool it here, or we process it here, we cool it here, and then each blade has its own cooling system up here. So it uses the fluoro, it cools the hot fluoro, but it's still net negative on fluoro, so it still needs a fluoro input, and that's where this bank comes in. It's vanilla, yeah, it's vanilla. Some people moved back, but other people didn't, yeah. Yeah, the Crimean Tatars, like, if we're still talking about the Soviet Union, the Crimean Tatars is the more famous example of that. And, you know, there was a reason of why they started doing that. You know, it wasn't a good reason, but it was a reason. But yeah, as I said, they did realize their mistake eventually. Okay, I think I'm about to start it up again. Let's give it another save. I want to just watch the red and green right now. I want to make sure the green is producing at the rate it needs to be. Science flowing? Yeah, I mean, we started flowing it once, realized we had some issues, corrected them. We still have some issues, apparently. Oh, did I not rehook up the iron? Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. But yeah, one of the issues was green wasn't getting enough iron. Want to make sure it still looks shy. Uh-oh. That's not good. I mean, it might be better when saturated, but... Copper's fine. Iron's low. There's another small patch down here I could belt up, I guess. There's also that. But yeah, looks like we might have to supplement. And then pump some iron up. No, I belt the calcite. Is it the pumps? I can check. Oh, you might be right. Oh yeah, I think it is the pumps, yeah. I think we're good now. Alright, so 10 pumps on green. Let me check the one at the end. Yeah, even the one at the end is getting enough. And it definitely goes down the line. Yeah, they're looking better now. Mining prod, I consider 3,000 to be the soft cap. At that level, a big mining drill with quality modules in, which is the slowest a big mining drill can be, you know, with no speeds, obviously. On tungsten, which is the hardest metal in the game, can output half a belt. So yeah, I consider 3K to be the soft cap, but, you know. Have I looked into Uncommon? Very heavily, but there's still more looking to be done. Like, quality science is a very long and complicated conversation. Good luck on my mega build? Thanks. I guess that means you're peacing out. Have a good night. Or is it just a random good luck? Okay, so if I've done everything right, we should have mining prod going at a little under 4 million. Basically double that. Double 1926. Oh yeah, and the belt connection here. Okay, we have to figure that out. It's just the purple though. Well, I have to do the yellow too, but one at a time. SPM science speed and science productivity. Once you get around research prod 70, about one stack to belt equals 250,000 science. And due to the way research prod works, due to the way research productivity works, like things sort of plateau around the 70s. It's not an input balancer. I need to simply just route these belts to the ones that are actively being consumed. I gotta just figure out, which means not the first 8 and not the last 8. It's the middle 16. Yeah, it's the middle 16. Yeah, red. I want to make sure the red and green and blue are good though. Just give me a second. You gotta sleep, work tomorrow? Alright, have a good night, man. Quant or watt through pre-diabetes. Oh, you work in healthcare? Administrative work in healthcare? You working in American healthcare, man. Oh, I am not jealous. Yeah, I have family members that work in American healthcare, and yeah, holy fuck. A quant researcher, okay. Do I play with biters off? No. They're on. I just turned them off with murder. With a very large amount of murder. Blue looks weak. Oh, there's some modules missing, man. Yeah, fuck. Like, some of it might just be because of missing modules. I think we got most of them, though. Here, let me run through the build, make sure. We're good. Our goal is to improve healthcare? Yeah, I mean... we gotta get rid of the insurance industry first. That's the biggest obstacle to improving healthcare. But yeah, good luck, man. Is this privatized healthcare? Yeah, privatized healthcare is one of the worst parts of living in the US. Like, everything's fucking expensive. If you have any kind of medical issue, you're going to be paying, like, shitloads for it. It's definitely the worst part, I would say, of living in the U.S. Yeah, is the privatized healthcare. There's a reason why there's so much medical tourism by U.S. citizens, where they're like, "Oh, hey, I'm gonna go visit Cuba because I can get my treatment for like $10 there, with some of the best doctors in the world." Yeah, I think it was just missing modules. I think it's good now. Yeah, I'm in Twitch and YouTube. Strongly disagree. With what? I missed what that was in reply to. The U.S. does have the most advanced healthcare. We talked about that a bit earlier, but I was saying, like, how do you even measure that? How do you even measure, like, what's the most advanced? Like, healthcare is such a complicated thing. There's so many facets of it, right? Like, privatized versus public? Yeah. I mean, it really just depends on the country and the implementation. You know, it comes down to the system. Some countries definitely have not implemented public healthcare very well. Others implemented it well, and then it's being slowly cannibalized by private interests. Like Canada and Britain, I would say, are good examples of that. But yeah. I think if I just hook it up to the 8 in the middle, I should be good, right? Here, cut this. Here. I'm only at 5 updates. I mean, it's just mining prod. Everything else is hibernating. Not going to get into tonight? Yeah. It's a bit late to, like, broach a conversation or broach a topic as big as that. We can do it another time. The US can be the most of no one can afford to get to their... I don't know, man. I had a few things I had to get, like, checked out, like, a couple years ago, and it was like, it was a refresher of just how fucking nightmarish the whole damn thing is. Oh, wait, I need to not remove. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, thanks, man. I'm glad to have you. Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate the kind words. I know we have our disagreements, but I do appreciate you being here as well. Have a good night, man. I hope you sleep well. Wait, what am I doing? I'm just hooking up the same thing. Okay, so we can immediately tell. Yeah, it's the 8 in the middle. So it's going to be like... I think it's just the first 8, right? And this one... You know, fuck it. I'm just going to blindly hook up the 8 in the middle. And, or... Yeah. And see if that does it. And then if that doesn't do it... Then we'll worry about fixing it. Oh, wait, I forgot to remove this part. Fuck. I'm like, where is my science? You're open to views I don't like? I mean, I'm not only open, but, like, you know, I almost encourage it. You know, the absolute... I have my own perspectives, and I do feel strongly about them, and so on, but I absolutely do not want this to become an echo chamber. You know? I am very, very against echo chambers, which is also why I like, never... It's very hard to get banned here. Like, if people get out of line, you know, I'll give them timeout for, you know, a day or even, like, a week or something. But it is very fucking difficult to get banned here. Because I know that, you know, people get passionate about certain things. And I acknowledge that as a price of discussion. But yeah. I will never let this turn into an echo chamber. You just gotta be civil. Which I know can be hard when discussing politics, but yeah. Okay, that wasn't it. It's not just the middle 8. I think it's the top. We can see that. We can see which ones aren't flowing. Yeah, we can see which ones aren't flowing. I think if I move it up by 2, that'll do it. Yeah, I should have just looked at which ones were flowing. I don't know why I didn't think about that. I'm too busy talking about other things. Yeah, I know the mixer isn't centered. I mean, I couldn't make it centered. I tried. What is my science production right now? Are you talking about bottles? I usually don't count that. It's 8 belts on a lot of things. No, 16 belts on a lot of things, 32 on others, but the 32 parts aren't hooked up. And Joystick, thanks for the gift subs, man. Appreciate it. Sorry, I'm a little behind on chat right now. And you can't be cordial when talking about stuff. You need to take a really hard look. I mean, yeah, I agree with that statement, but like as I said, like, you know, people tend to get passionate about things they feel strongly about. You know, and I try to be understanding of that, but you know, there are limits. But that's why I said, you know, it's very hard to get banned here. Like, if someone gets really out of line, you might get timed out, but you have to like really, you have to try to get banned here. Basically, you have to put in genuine effort. You have to come into this channel going like, I'm determined to get banned. Right, once again, have a good night, Joystick. Your Pee-wee builds suck, ban me, pussy. Hey, man, you can't say anything to me that I haven't already said in the mirror, alright? You got timed out for 7 days? No, you said I was clueless multiple times. Even though, like, I warned you after the second time. Yeah, I remember. But it was especially after I warned you. I said, like, yeah. I said, just cut it with that. But no, you're cool. As I said, I don't hold grudges, and, like, that stuff rolls off me like rain. Are we there? Are we there yet? It's rising! Feeling super, super, super suicidal. Yeah, the tree farms over the pollution. No passion leads to complacency? Yeah, I mean, passion is not a bad thing. Passion is not a bad thing, but it's an amplifier, right? It's an amplifier. You know, so some of the greatest political speakers that were ever existed were very passionate about, you know, what they believed in. You know, someone like Martin Luther King is someone everyone can agree on, you know, had the right ideas and spoke very passionately about them. Like, he would not have been the same if he had no passion, right? These are people's lives. These are people's lives. You only get one life, and the quality of your life is determined by the structure of society a lot more than we would like it to be. Something's weird. Oh no, okay, that threw me off. I thought this was the same belt. I was like, why is blue and purple on the same belt? No, they're just adjacent on those. Must be something in the air! I think we did it. I'm not seeing any gaps. We did it. No busts. I see a little gap. It's only on one belt, though? That's weird. What's your problem? Furnaces? Red chips? Plastic? Not enough coal. That's an easy fix. Yeah, I need to run a second coal belt. Yeah, that's an easy fix. Okay, nothing to worry about there. Last week you told me 4 million is far away. It means they're rushing. I mean, we were planning for a while. I kind of got tired of planning as much as we did. Like, I was really trying to get everything else all cleaned up before we made the jump. But yeah. It dropped more than I expected. Oh, it's going back up. It's just purple, right? I want to just make sure nothing else is gapping. I think we're good, though. I have 5,000 active inserters. We're just running mining prod right now. Yeah. Yeah, we need to clock things, man. Oh, the pollution is growing. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's not churches per se. It's Lauren Mayberry's, the lead singer's solo act. It's funny because the first time I heard this song, like I kind of had the same reaction as you. I was like, this chick sounds just like Churches, but it was like, and then I was like, wait a minute, it's the singer from Churches. But yeah, she did a couple like more pop oriented single solo songs. There are a couple of them on my playlist. I generally like Church's stuff a bit more than her solo stuff, though, because Church's is, like, really dark. Like, I like how dark they are in their tone and, like, lyrics and shit. Whereas her solo career is a lot more, like, poppy. It's a lot more happy, you know? It's a lot more mainstream. Was super anti-capitalism. He was kind of nebulous. Also, aren't you supposed to be going to sleep? But yeah, he was kind of nebulous. As much as I would like to say he was a staunch anti-capitalist, he had his criticisms about it, but he never really fleshed them out very well. At least as the best I've been able to research. If he had lived longer, you might have seen him speak a lot more on it. But yeah, he does have a few quotes that are, you know, very critical of it, for sure. Oh, that's not allowed enough coal? I mean, coal is easy to fix. The Killer Blade is done? Yeah, I think we're about done too. Like, that was, you know, the main goal of tonight. I want to set up the tree I want to set up trees around here before I, like, actually really activate it, right? I want to set up belted trees. So that's tomorrow's main design project. It's just trees, trees, trees. Tomorrow is just purely trees. Does it mean I'm changing game or added mods? Both. Both. This year, we're going to be playing a lot of factory games. I might play an RTS game here or there as they release. But this year, I'm going to be kind of switching between Factorio stuff and other games. We're going to go back and forth. Like, the plan is to do, like, you know, the Megabase, then play another game, then maybe do a modded planets run, then play another game, then maybe do, like, Crastorio, play another game, you know, then come back and play, you know, space exploration, play another game, and so on. You know, like that. We'll kind of go, like, month to month. We're gonna go back and forth. Because I really need to, like, not be, like, stun-locked on Factorio as hard as I am. Right? Like, there's a lot of other good games out there. I would like to check them out. We all love Factorio, and we'll all keep coming back to it, but, you know, I have, like, 3,500 hours now in just fucking vanilla. Yeah, 31. Just in vanilla Factorio, so... You know, I've never played DSP, I've never played Timberborn, I've never played, like, Mindustry, I've never played the Soviet Republic game. Like, there's so many factory-style games that we need to check out. And some of them might not take very long. You know, when I played Satisfactory, you know, it only took me 100 hours to bulldoze the game. And that was, like, you know, doing, like, fancy stuff, like setting up a nuclear power plant and shit, too. Which sucked, by the way. If you haven't played Satisfactory... Don't do nuclear power. It's garbage. Do diluted fuel. You'll thank me later. You will thank me later. Remember that. If you've never played Satisfactory, forget nuclear. It's absolute trash in that game. Just make a big fucking diluted fuel power plant using the Western oil spawn that uses all the oil, and that's all the power you'll ever need. You're welcome. Oh, and check out my aluminum video on YouTube. It's the only Satisfactory video I made. But yeah, those are my 2 tips for new Satisfactory players. Okay, 3 tips. Don't start Grasslands. It recommends Grasslands for the new players, but it's like, I swear, it's like not the best spawn. Do like Desert or like the Forest one or just one of the other ones. I don't know. Grasslands like has some starting resources like really fucking far away. They both came out of Desynced. I remember Will and I were both like checking out that game a bit. I wasn't very impressed with Desynced when there was a demo. Yeah. It ends in 4 days. I might check it out a little, maybe next week. Maybe I'll do a day next week where I briefly check out Desync demo. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. Let's do that because it's 40% off right now. So if it is a good game, I do want to check it out. What? It's the 19th. That's a Wednesday, right? That's Thursday. Yeah, okay, well, I think Wednesday then, yeah. Wednesday we'll play the Desync demo for a bit. And we'll see whether that's a game I want to buy or not. You made it 60,000. Yeah, coal and grasslands. There was something else too, I think. There was the resource where the nearest spawn was in the river. It's not Sam. You get a lot of that wire stuff. That one metal, Caterium. You get shitloads of Caterium in the grasslands. So if you get like a lot of the Caterium alternate recipes, that benefits you heavily. But I remember there was like one resource. It might have been coal. I can't remember. I mean, where's the map? Yeah, you start down here. It's whatever was here. Quartz, yeah. The fucking quartz in grasslands is just dog shit. Like, this is, like, the only quartz spawn, and it's, like, relatively far, and it's shit. Yeah, the quartz in the grasslands was just, like, oh my god, it was so bad. Yeah, we can't recommend it either. Yeah, I remember I played the demo like a year ago, 2 years ago. It was a couple years ago. I remember Will and I both checked it out. I think he had a higher opinion of it than I did, but I don't know if he ever played it much more. But yeah, we'll play it Wednesday. We'll spend like half the stream or a couple hours or whatever, checking out Desynced and deciding if it's something I want to buy. Because if it is a game I want to play, then I'm definitely want to buy it while it's 40% off. Sit down for breakfast dinner and have a 2-hour conversation with, never happen. Well, do you live in Los Angeles? But yeah. Alchemy Factory is a newish factory builder. Yeah, Star Rupture, yeah. Yeah, Star Rupture came out recently. Star Rupture is the game that got me thinking, like, I really need to be playing these games, like, as they come out. Maybe not everyone, but if it's looking promising, I really need to see if I can, like, write off game purchases as, like, tax expense or something like that. Like, because that would be nice. It should be, like, tax deductible for me, right? It technically is a business expense at this point. Currently in Vegas, and maybe someday. How was the SPM when I missed that call? Like, probably like 3 million something. Yeah, it's a bit wobbly. It's a bit wobbly because a little bit keeps making it down. Star Rupture is still very early access. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, it's a double-edged sword because, like, when these games release and there's a lot of eyes on them, it's a good time for me to stream them and get some exposure, right? Especially to, like, new audiences, right? Because there's, like, a lot of eyes on it, like people that aren't watching Factorio. So it's like, it's one of those things, like, I hate having to think about things this way, by the way. Like, in the ideal world, I could just play only what I want every single time and not worry about these kind of, like, meta streaming decisions. But the unfortunate reality is anyone who's streaming, 40 plus hours a week needs, either is already filthy rich and doesn't care, or, it's something they need to be aware of. And I'm not filthy rich. So, yeah, it is something I feel like I've been needing to be more aware of. But yeah, it is a double-edged sword because, we do get exposure and, there's people who are, like, hearing about the new game and, like, going, like, oh, I may not like Hobbit's Factorio streams, but, he's playing a new game. Maybe we can check that out, etc., etc. See his opinion on that. And the people will get, just from watching, from being there. But then on the other hand, as you said, yeah, some of this stuff is in very early access. So a lot of it is, like, not even in that great of a state. So I'm just buying, like, unfinished games left and right, and then just, yeah. Like, Manor Lords was the one that really left a sour taste in my mouth. Like, Manor Lords basically soured me on solo developers. I don't trust solo developers anymore. Because, like, Manor Lords, like, went into early access. Visually, it looked really good. Like, it looked really fucking good for, like, especially for a solo dev kind of thing. Like, it looked amazing. And a lot of people were like, oh yeah, Manor Lords looks really cool. Little town city builder, SimCity / AoE type thing, like feudalism simulator. And it was so buggy and so broken, it wasn't even funny. I played it for, like, less than a week, and I just couldn't take it anymore. I was like, this is just... It's just so unbelievably fucking broken. It was one of the most busted games I've ever played, just in number of things that were just either unfinished or just didn't work or some other, bullshit. So yeah, that one definitely kind of soured me a little bit. But yeah, that was a solo dev. But yeah, I mean, still, there's a lot of, early access junk. There's no denying that. And then Venice, Santa Monica? I actually lived in Santa Monica. for about 5 years. Was it? Yeah, about 5 years. It was a little more than 10 years ago, though. It was like 15 years ago to about 5 years ago. I used to work at Activision in Santa Monica, but that was even further. That was even longer ago. Yeah, I liked Santa Monica. I definitely enjoyed living there. Out of all the places I've lived, it's the one place I actually still think about and miss. Is this modded? No. You can 100% deduct tax deduct game purchases? Yeah, but I need to look into the process of what I need to do for that. Diluted fuel into nitro rocket fuel? No, nitro rocket fuel is a waste of time. No, just a diluted fuel plant is more than enough that you'll ever need. I forget how much power it made. I wanted to make a video on that at some point, and I never did. You need to do it in the ratio that you play the game on stream, so just only play the game on stream and you're good. I'm sorry, what? The one I did was just diluted fuel on the western oil, not in the crater. The western coast. And then I had my other oil products coming from the southeastern one. I actually didn't tap the crater. I considered the crater when I was building my power, and no, I considered the crater when I was thinking about nuclear. And I wound up doing nuclear in the north. But when I got to like the fixonium recycling part, I was like, the amount of bullshit that it required for the amount of benefit that you got, I was like, this needs a buff. The fixonium bullshit was so underpowered. I still live in the LA area, yeah. I mean, I moved back to the LA area. I've lived in a lot of places all over the States. But I moved back to the LA area a couple of years ago. I am currently Los Angeles based. I was living in the Bay Area before then. Satisfactory is so weird because it doesn't have the resource sink of Factorio's infinite research? Yeah, that was one of my big complaints about Satisfactory, is it needed a better endgame. It needed, like, infinite researches or something, other than just printing tickets. It needed something, you know, some kind of stretch goal, some kind of, like, you know. Because, like, the infinite research in Factorio really isn't, you know, that insane, you know, in terms of development time. But it gives you an incremental goal to work toward, and that's, yeah. Thoughts on Karen Bass? What, our mayor? Fucking useless. The city is fucking lawless, man. Like, Los Angeles exists by the grace of its inhabitants. It's a bunch of fucking, like, smaller cities and, like, townships that just merge together over time to become this endless sprawling metropolis. It's a fucking just... Yeah. The city exists by the grace of its inhabitants and nothing more. Like, the city functions just because the people of LA wanted to function. Like, or the LA government sucks. Or state government sucks, too. Fuck Bass, fuck Newsom. I know more about Newsom than I know about Bass, funnily enough. But yeah, I don't like either of them. Yeah, I mean, I need to go to sleep. I was supposed to be off half an hour ago. I need to be ending instead of just... Once I get talking, I get fucking talking. I can't stop! But yeah, I think we're good. I've been kind of trying to keep an eye out for gaps. And other than the call, yeah, I think we're good. Okay, so the 3 things that need to be fixed are... Second coal belt, double the pumps up north, and you hook up to The ones past the first two, yeah. Alright, let's do those three things really quick. So that's all set, and then tomorrow we can just go straight into the trees. Who did I vote on the mayor and the governor? I didn't even bother voting in those elections. I think there's like one candidate that I heard. I've heard through my grapevines that's running for governor that I might cast a vote for. I need to look into his stuff. I don't even remember his name. I just remember like being told like, hey, you need to look into this guy because he might be actually okay. Who would I vote? Would I vote given what choices? Infinite research in Factorio is low-key the best innovation. Yeah, it's definitely a good one. Alright, so we are taking you... If you didn't vote, I mean, local elections can still be worth it. Like national elections, a whole nother fucking story. But it really depends. You have to just take them. You know, you have to look at each one individually. But I'm actually terrible at paying attention to local politics. As I said, like I am like a broader geopolitics. Heavy into political theory, history, big picture, and debunking American propaganda kind of person. You know, that's kind of my focus, I guess, for lack of better words. Alright, it's those 8... But yeah, I do need to look more into that one gubernatorial candidate I was talking about. But like all I just heard was that, yeah, that there might be someone worth supporting. Oh yeah, the is the mining thing swapped in this one? I might have loaded back to before the mining thing was swapped up there to Piano's version. Karen Bass has affected life more than anything I vote on? Yeah, probably. I mean, you have to remember, as I said, I only moved back to LA a couple years ago. It's not like I was living in this city for 20 years straight. But yeah, I mean, I'll probably try to pay a bit more attention to the next mayoral election. Where am I going? Okay, it is swapped. Alright, so we did the pumps, we did the belts. It's just the second coal belt and we're good. I'm not familiar with Hilton. As I said, I need to look things up. When is the next election? I don't even know. I mean, November, I imagine, right? Or... But yeah, as I said, it's definitely a little bit of a blind spot for me right now. Here's me saying I don't know. There you have it. I don't know. I need to do more research. I like to speak with a tremendous amount of knowledge backing me, or I don't like to speak at all. It's kind of who I am. I don't like speaking off the cuff. And this is something where, yeah. Alright, so we're just gonna sneak you in here. And after the first 4... You go right in there. What? There we go. I don't know. Like, I don't really care to talk about him. That dude is completely a bit of a fucking psycho at the moment. I've heard him say like shit like we should be doing like a Venezuela every week. It doesn't matter how many Iranians we kill. It just does. Their lives are irrelevant. He's basically like beyond Nazi at this point. Like he is actually beyond. He is like literally further to the right of Adolf Hitler. I'm not even kidding. It's like not even an exaggeration. Like he's actually just gone like full psycho mode. And you could say like, oh, he's doing it for the grift, for the money or whatever. But yeah, like I don't know. I don't really care to talk about him. He is beyond redemption. I'm surprised he's still allowed to stream on Twitch, to be honest, with the way he talks. I mean, he repeats, like, white supremacist and fascist shit constantly. Like, usually when someone is a white supremacist and a fascist, we just kind of abbreviate that as being a Nazi because it's basically the same thing. You know? Like, okay, he might not be waving the flag, but he is definitely a fascist and he is definitely a white supremacist. Like, without a doubt. Oh yeah, I forgot the other thing. He was saying, like, everybody that voted for Zoran Mamdani did it because of their skin color, and we need to deport all those people. He basically was saying, like, we need to deport anyone who voted for Zoran, and I'm just like, yeah. As I said, I don't watch him. I don't watch the guy. I will never watch him. The only reason I even know of these quotes was because other streamers I follow happen to briefly talk about him. Everything I've learned about this asshole has been against my fucking will. I've never wanted to know anything about him. Every bit of knowledge I've learned about him has been inflicted upon me against my will, and now I am doing the same to you. Now I am inflicting this shit that you shouldn't ever have to hear about on you against your will. So I'm just continuing this cycle. Like, don't confuse. I mean, as I said, he is 100% a white supremacist and a fascist. Like, I don't think that's very debatable. But yeah. I mean, I don't like using words like crazy. You know, as I said earlier, your beliefs determine your ism. It's not what you say they are. You can call him crazy, but he's still advocating a certain position, and that's the position he advocates. Anyway, that's enough about it, that asshole. I don't really want to talk about him. Like, it's the second time he got brought up in chat, and I feel like I've said everything I can say about him. I don't care about people like that. He's just wrong about everything he talks about. He is like a zero information person. Like, he knows nothing and just runs his mouth. But yeah. Did not know Twitch was so cool for the political time. Yeah, like, when I heard that shit, I was kind of like, I'm surprised he's still allowed to be on here. Like, I'm really genuinely surprised, like, after he said shit like that, like, yeah. It was a perfect representation of someone with no knowledge or critical thought would say when reacting. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's definitely a reactionary. For those of you who remember the definition of that term, but he is like a pure reactionary for sure. What is he wrong about? I mean, I can't remember, like, all the quotes off the top of his head, but, like, I mean, I just mentioned 3 things that he'd said that, like, kind of, like, outline him as being kind of, like, beyond unhinged. Like, literally, yeah, it's more like, what is he right about? Well, what is he wrong about? I don't know, just turn on his stream and listen for 5 minutes, and I'm sure you'll fucking, like, hear plenty that he's wrong about. Unhinged or disgusting doesn't mean wrong. Is it the same as math? I mean, what, you think that him saying we should deport everybody who voted for Zoran Mamdani is not wrong? You don't see that as wrong? You think him saying that people only voted for Zoran because of their skin color is wrong? You don't think that's racist? Like, I don't know. I don't even fucking live in New York. That election didn't affect me at all. But yeah, as I said, like, I'm not going to sit here and, like, go through, like, the debunking Asmon's bullshit. You know, that's not what I'm going to do. I'm sorry, that's just so far beneath me. And the level of discussion I want to have here on this channel when it comes to things like that. You know. But yeah. Yeah, he did say that. I literally heard him say that, word for word, on another streamer I was watching, who went over his content. Briefly. Against my will. They happened to show some Asmon clips to show just how fucking nuts he had gotten. They were covering, like, you know, just how unhinged, like, some of these people have become. Yeah, he literally said that, like, word for word, like, less than a week ago. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you for not seeing it. I didn't hear about it, like, I mean, until that. I was just like, I mean, I knew he was pretty dumb, but I didn't realize how bad he had gotten until I watched that stream, and that person played some clips of Asmon, and I was like, holy fuck. He's a lot worse than I thought he was. I don't have a clip. What, you think I have Asmon clips available? I'm not fucking... No, as I said, that's enough about him. Alright, anyway. I've said everything that I can say on him, and I think this is a good spot to end tonight as well. I was supposed to be done 45 minutes ago. But yeah, we're all set up for tomorrow. Everything's all connected, ready to be activated. We just need to set up trees. We need to design our little new tree block. And start setting up trees. Down here it's going to suck a little bit. Because of all the water. I'll have to do them, like, down here and, like, here. But yeah, we'll figure something out. But yeah. Twitch as a format for politics is so cooked. I mean, I don't know, like, I think that... I sort of think that there's a little bit of the opposite of that. Twitch is, like, as opposed to what? Cable TV? Like, on Twitch, you can actually discuss things and, like, you know, engage. You can actually have a debate. You know, you can actually talk to the broadcaster. Like, if we're talking about, you know, forums for debate, like, I would actually argue it's one of the better avenues, which is why there is an increasing amount of, you know, discussion, right, on the platform. Because, like, what other kind of format, you know, are you expecting? I mean, I know it's all like, ooh, the gaming platform, yada yada, and, like, you know, streamers LOL, but, you know, at the same time, you know... Like, where are we supposed to have discussions? On forums? On Reddit? Like, you have to look at what's available. You have to look at what's available. And you shouldn't be using Twitch as your main source of political information. I don't use Twitch as my main source of political information. If you're like, Hobbit, can you recommend me other political streamers, you know? I'm not going to have a very long list for you. Like, and the ones that I listen to aren't necessarily the ones that you're gonna enjoy, because I tend to gravitate to people who, you know, specifically talk about the things that I want to hear about. Twitch naturally skews to react content rather than thoughtful long pro. Yeah, I do agree with that. I 100% do agree with that. Like, it's very easy to fall into the react thing. And yeah, I don't like watching react content. I don't want to ever become like a react streamer where, we're just like looking at clips of people saying wild shit. Which is why I didn't want to talk about the Osmond shit for like anymore. I don't want to be like a streamer where it's like, oh, look at this wacky shit people said. I'm not interested in that. I'm a historical materialist, okay? That's the basis of how I look at things. I look at what actually happened. I look at the actual events. I look at the ideologies of the people who participated in those events, what they tried to accomplish, and how things turned out. How their experiments in governance and politics turned out. Because everything is an experiment. Everything's an experiment, whether you want to admit it or not. Like it's all just trying things and trying to see what works and what doesn't. And that's where political theory comes in, trying to analyze what works and what doesn't. Looking at what's incentivized. Because people will always act according to what they're incentivized to do, right? People will act according to their material conditions. Someone who has a lot of food available to them is not likely to steal food, because in their material conditions, they have an abundance of food. If someone is starving, their incentive to steal food skyrockets, because they have no food available to them. If there's nowhere they can get food, they're like, it becomes, eventually they can get to a point where they're like, I have to steal food or I die. In which case, their incentive has reached the maximum point, and the stealing is no longer an option, right? If you're starving and the only option for you to get food is to steal food, you have to steal food. Right? So if you don't want people to steal food, you make sure everyone can afford food. That's how I analyze. That's kind of an example of how I analyze things. That's how we look at history. We look at what nations, leaders, and countries are incentivized to do. A country that is very, very poor in metals, for example, has a lot of incentive to trade with another country that is rich in metals. And if that neighboring country that's rich in metals doesn't want to trade or refuses to trade, then you have a conflict. You have a potential conflict waiting to happen, because the country that is resource poor no longer has a peaceful way of acquiring what it needs to acquire in order to develop. And they can be forced into making decisions that they wouldn't make otherwise normally. That's how we analyze things. That's an example of historical materialism that I'm giving you. You look at what exists. You look at the material world. No, we don't get bogged down in ideology. We don't get bogged down in idealism. We look at the reality of things and analyze how the reality, the material world, the physical world, impacts people. Okay. Kind of minimizing. I mean, it's a very big topic. Like, I'm trying to give like a very simplified answer, a very simplified analysis of like how historical of how this kind of analysis works. Because I know most people aren't like super familiar with it. It's not something that gets taught with rigor in like, high school and college. But yeah. Already make punishment for stealing food, most of setting food for having food? Yeah, okay, so just let the poor starve to death on the streets, right? And you just convince yourself that you'll never be poor. But yeah, as I said, that's a whole other conversation. I actually believe almost the exact opposite, Vlad. I actually believe almost the exact opposite of what you said. I believe that these systems are a lot more. There's a lot more structure and a lot more determinism than people realize, because different parts of the system act. Different people in the system act according to their material incentives, right? Like, people act according to what they're incentivized to do so. You know, if I give you $500 to, say, go jump in a pool, you're going to jump in that fucking pool. You're like, all I got to do is just get wet? You know, I've given you a huge incentive for something that has almost no cost to you. You're like, okay, take my phone out, you know, put it on a table, you know, put my keys next to my phone, you know, maybe take off my shirt and pants and, like, just strip down to my boxers and just jump in the fucking pool. $500. You know, you're heavily incentivized. Like, this kind of, you know, incentivization is everything. People always act according to their material incentives and their material imperatives. And the thing is, like, the reason why this becomes a difficult topic to broach briefly is political theory is not taught in Western schools. For the most part, like, you have to, like, literally go to college and specifically study, like, political science, and even then you're not really, you might not get taught, you know, a very good version of it, or you know, the complete picture, because it really depends on the school you went to and the teachers. This isn't like physics or biology where there's kind of like a scientific consensus, right? Like, there are bubbles of false consciousness where people think they have the right ideas, but they don't stand up to material reality. They don't explain material reality. Like, when you understand, you know, a lot of theory, and when you read it to the degree that I've read, you understand that, you know, the theories that underpin everything and how they function are a lot more scientific than people are led to believe. Like, we take a scientific analysis of nations, history, and you know, political theory. It is the scientific analysis of human behavior, which means it makes predictions and, you know, looks to see the results, and then adjusts the theory depending on whether the results confirm, you know, with the predictions. The Western? I said Western universities. Western meaning, like, American and, It's one of the most taught topics in math science. Yeah, I mean, we can talk about this more later, but I'm saying, like, if you go to major in it, if you, like, are like, you know, seek it out, you can find it. But you don't get casually taught it. Like, you don't get taught... I mean, at least I didn't. I didn't get taught any fucking, like, political theory in high school. But, like almost none. What year did I go to college? God, what years did I go to college? Like, late 20-aughts. What was it, like 2009 to 13, I believe. I did not take a straight path through life. Like, yeah. Like, my life in the early 20s was very adventurous. Let's just put it that way. I did not take, like, a straight path through life like a lot of people did. 2015, 2025? I mean, we'll see. I have yet to talk to a Zoomer who understood, like, you know... yeah, I mean, we'll see. Anyway, it's 5 a.m. We can pick this up tomorrow. We can put a pin in it and pick this up tomorrow when we're planting lots of trees. But, like, yeah, I've been trying to end the streams at 4 a.m. and it's 5 a.m. So I need to draw a line somewhere. I have to draw a line somewhere, and I'm drawing it here. Because if I stay up any longer, you're not going to get a stream tomorrow. So let me find someone to raid. And we can pick it up tomorrow. Yalp is streaming Factorio. I'm going to raid him. Why does the fucking mute button, like, not work? Like, I swear, Twitch gets worse every year. Listen to what they're learning? I mean, we can talk about it more tomorrow. But I have a feeling, like, the depth of what I'm talking about is a lot more than what you're thinking I'm talking about. Because, like, basically, in most Western schools, they'll teach, like, neoliberal political theory at most. In, like, Francis Fukuyama, end of history style, you know, framing, right? And then just try to dissect all of that. But yeah, more tomorrow. I need to get food. I'm fucking hungry. There is no depth? Yeah, that's the problem. Did I see my mech armor grid? You better look quickly. You got like 20 seconds. But yeah, just to end on that real quick, Joystick, generally what is taught is stuff that reinforces the current neoliberal economic order. Like, nothing really outside of that is really usually discussed, but it depends on the school, professors, etc. Anyway.